15 seconds.
10, 9, 8, 7.
All right. This is a hybrid meeting. The city council member, the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. As a reminder, per Bob's Rules of Order, a member right to the floor is limited to 5 minutes at any time, and a member may attain the floor only once until all members are offered an opportunity to the floor. I will now call a regular meeting to order and ask the clerk for a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford,
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Motion to adopt the agenda. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Okay, I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Councilmember Dare?
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay. Motion to the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
No, my screen's not working. All right, that passes unanimously. 9-0. Okay, all public comments, except for those on public hearings, will occur now. If you were intending to comment about public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular hearing. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Council members may address public comments during administrative council business. Okay, will the city clerk call any virtual or in-person speakers?
Mayor, our first person signed up to speak virtually is Leah Myers. Leah, if you're on the Zoom call and can hit the *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Leah in the meeting. The next person we have signed up is going to be Joseph Westcott. Joseph, if you're in the meeting and can hit star 9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Joseph in the meeting. And our final speaker signed up virtually tonight is Rana Sanchez. Rana, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit star 9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Rana in the meeting. Our first in-person speaker tonight is going to be Robert Schechter.
Okay, thank you. And if all possible, after the in-person speakers, if we can loop around and check that one more time, be pretty good. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Robert Schechter. I'm a member of the City Planning Commission. I only represent myself on the commission, though. My address is 10640 Reunion Parkway. As a lawyer, my job is to think of all the things that go wrong and generally be a party killer. You're welcome. That's why I'm here to ask you to reject the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan. And that's actually what I signed up to speak before, but I realize this is a little early before you go into it. And I realize this might not be the most timely request. Personally, I find the master plan about 90% excellent, and by word count, maybe 99.9% excellent. But as a lawyer, I see some issues that I feel like my commission can resolve, say, in 2 months, and then I'd like us to revisit them again here. And that's what I'm here to pitch to you all. And first of all, as a lawyer, my understanding of just civics, just to show you how I think of laws and what we're up to here, how we be effective, is we should be writing clear, actionable text, everything we write. We should make it easy on future councils and staff. We should be handing them these documents like the PDF on a silver platter. They know exactly what we want, what we are thinking about, and they can implement it. And by the way, in law, we call this the plain English movement in legal writing, just to make it readable by everybody and understandable, since everyone owns these laws. And when you don't, you get drama and controversy, you get lawsuits, you get Supreme Court cases like, what does cruel and unusual punishment really mean? Now, in the US Constitution, there are good reasons for leaving that very vague on details. So the issue is, do we want our park plan to be vague on details, or do we want to actually say what we mean in it? And so my issue that I pattern spotted and saw is a lot of very current and now contemporary language like equity lens. And there's like basically a page and a half, and maybe just 12 references to the document on we need to work through an equity lens. This is how we need to address every problem. We need to take race into account. So I asked several staffers, and actually I asked one of the consultants who wrote it, what does equity lens mean? Because actually, I'm not really sure. And they either didn't know, or they said, well, it kind of changes. And these were the literal answers I got. And I believe everyone here is very well-meaning, because they told me, well, what it means, it changes, but you know what it means? Everyone should have equal access to parks. Everybody should have a park in their neighborhood, and streets should be safe. And these are fantastic goals. And these are goals that align with, for example, the United Nations the SDGs, the Strategic Development Goals, which every country, including the US, has signed on to. And those, I believe, are the right inspiration that we should use. Clear, actionable language, things that don't depend on the here and now, things that in 10 years will be easily understood. So let us have it again. Let us bring it back to you in 2 months.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does any council members have any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next speaker in person tonight is Keith Rogers.
Evening, Mayor, Council.
Evening.
Just kind of curious on if we're going to get any feedback on your little trip around the city on which roads are what and what needs to be repaired. Also want to find out when RTD is going to fix those tracks on Colorado Boulevard or take them out. Because we're still getting all the rattly noises, all the buses stopping. We're still having the same problem with the go-karts and the mini bikes. You know, police department shows up for a little bit and then they leave. Tonight, on the way over here, I stopped at McDonald's. The whole police force is at McDonald's. Okay, meanwhile, we got people racing up and down our street, up and down Colorado Boulevard. We've got oversized trucks running down 68th and Ash. We didn't need the whole police department in one place at one time. And after everything was said and done, the ambulance left, the fire truck left, and a few patrol cars left, and the rest of them sit there. They intermingled with each other, and finally, after 20 minutes, they all left. We're wasting time, we're wasting money, and we're wasting resources for them all to sit there. 2 or 3, maybe 4 could have been on that call. The rest should have been out patrolling the area. I mean, people in my neighborhood are fed up. They won't even call the police anymore because it doesn't do any good, because it takes an hour and a half, 2 hours to show up, if they show up still. We need some unmarked cars, and I've seen the unmarked cars. I know we have them. And I was told once before, we don't have any unmarked cars. You know, I'm tired of the lies. We need to start doing something with these problems, and we need to start now, because somebody's going to get seriously hurt. We've got sturgeon coming down the wrong way down Colorado Boulevard. Nobody's doing a thing about that either. We need DOT over here to take care of this problem, or we're going to start blocking roads, because we're tired of our houses shaking. Our sewer lines run out that way. It needs to be addressed immediately. Everybody in the neighborhood is tired of these mini bikes. They need to be addressed immediately. We've called and we've called and we've called. Yeah, I understand you can't chase them. But if you use an unmarked car and sneak up on them, you've got them. Find a way to impound these things so they don't keep doing it and irritating the whole neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Does any council member have a question for Mr. Rogers? Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you for coming forward once again. Keep it up until you get something done here to resolve these problems. I would like to come out to your neighborhood sometime this week and see for myself what's going on. And I would like to talk to staff members sometime this week as well, so we can look at putting some kind of ordinance together to address the issue with the ATVs and the whatever small
bikes.
motorized vehicles that are
And they know.
plaguing your neighborhood. So I plan to take action on the things that you're bringing forward. So thank you for coming back up, Mr.
Thank you.
City Manager Rogers, do you have an update as far as any outreach to the county and the state about doing a tour of the area of Brighton Boulevard in Colorado?
Can't speak, not to that level of degree, Mayor, with respect to roadway conditions. I do know that our PW department is in constant communication with them in regards to those repairs. As we all are aware, Colorado Boulevard is under city authority, and given the reconstruction project that's occurring between 68th and 70th, right, that's going to greatly improve some of those conditions. But as it relates to Brighton Boulevard, that being with CDOT, that's an ongoing conversation that we have had with them. and they do have that plan for some longer-term maintenance. It just may not fall within a window or a schedule that may be, I'll call it palatable to our residents. But once again, we're continuing to have those conversations with them.
Okay, appreciate that. And when you do schedule this, could you make sure that I am included on that as far as the ride-along, just to see exactly what's been needed in the area from the county and from the city?
Yeah, we'll take appropriate actions, Mayor.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Our final in-person speaker tonight is going to be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council, city management. I am not going to stand here and I'm not going to pretend that anything that has been said or discussed in the last year that we've come up and made complaints about, that we're seeing any acknowledgement. And I just sat back there and I only seen a couple of people up here even like they were interested in anything that was being said. You know, I mean, if we don't start pulling together as a community and we don't start looking forward to helping each other, we're not gonna have a community. We're gonna be like Colorado Springs. They're being overran so bad right now, it's unbelievable. They can't depend on their police department. They can't depend on their city. And I feel like we're starting to get there now. Now, we've dealt with these trucks. I talked to Sean Poe, and I asked him, I said, can you please put a barrier for the trucks and the cars that are going west and turning left from 68th onto Colorado Boulevard going south? They have put up several signs. They have put the barrier out enough to where the trucks shouldn't be passing it, and someone is getting off their vehicle and moving them, because I went out and I seen the signs. And then all of a sudden they're moved back again. The one that was on 72nd ain't even there anymore. Nobody's standing there directing, saying, hey, you big trucks don't belong here. They're just letting them go through. I live on the corner, and frankly, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired of not getting no sleep. I'm tired of hearing my house shake of all hours of the night. I'm tired of my dog running the house because she hears when they're coming. I'm tired of the disrespect that you get from these vehicle drivers, because today, when I hollered at one of them and said, hey, you don't belong on here, and started to take a picture, he hung out his window and said, hey, enough is enough. If it's not the bikes, if it's not the trucks, it's the potholes. And the potholes are so bad that, you know what? Somebody's going to get seriously hurt. From where it forks into Colorado Boulevard and Brighton Boulevard, all the way down to 59th on Brighton Boulevard, it is so bad, it's unbelievable. CDOT don't want to do their job. They don't want to handle it. Then the city needs to. We're taxpayers. We pay. We pay for this. So if it's not going to be taken care of by CDOT, take care of the problem and then go after CDOT for the money. Plain and simple. Block that road because they are not following directions. You live there, Oscar. You know, you see it. You drive up and down that road every day. You see how many semis come through.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. There's a question for you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Ms. Valdez. I appreciate your persistence and your determination, and the fact that you have to come back repeatedly, though, is as disappointing to me as it is to you, but you're living it, so that's quite different. Mr. Rogers, is there any way that we can, what is it that we need to do as a city council that can alleviate the problems these neighbors are having in that area? I've driven there. I know that it is, certainly there are truck businesses on Colorado Boulevard. But at the same time, there is a neighborhood of homes adjacent to it. And so they are suffering the consequences of a heavy industrial zoning area impacting their homes. What is it that we can do as a city council to solve this problem? Do we need to put more money somewhere? Do we need to have legislation? What is it we need to do to help them out?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Pro Tem. And quite frankly, I think it's more of a complex matter than just providing some topical ideas or points for consideration, because there's some things that, yes, we as a city may be able to affect with respect to ongoing development activity, whether it's within the city or in the county, and partnering with those agencies at that perspective about how we can work together more jointly, because not all of that area is in Commerce City, as you may be aware. It is also enclave properties that we also have to navigate. So there's a partnership there and a discussion with the county, as per the motion that was made back on the 1st. There's also the aspect of working with the state, and we've taken some efforts of working in the state on oversized vehicles and more targeted efforts there, and continuing that level of engagement, deepening that engagement, and how that may be able to benefit the city. And then there's obviously working at the state from a legislative matter, as it may pertain to fines and things that are maybe of a limiting factor to our police department, in being able to enforce because of the criminality and how that is viewed within the legal system. All of that, I think, is what would be required to give you a realistic and a responsible answer for you all to take action. Right now, how we've approached it has been in response to the issues and establishing various programs and coordination out there in that neighborhood. And I will say that we will continue to do such in the interim while looking at bringing something to you all if there is something that you all can do. And I'm just trying to be realistic here in the sense that some of the things that we can influence, it may have to be done by others in support of the city. Once again, legislators, CDOT, Colorado State Police, on the things to help us to be able to mitigate some of those concerns. So the short of it is it's complex. I need to think about that in the greater scheme of things from looking at it across multiple lenses so that, once again, you could give me guidance and direction based off of where I think could be best suited.
Okay, and I do appreciate that 2 weeks ago we did vote for the inventory of the South involving all of the different agencies concerning the problems on the roads and railroad tracks and so forth. And I believe Councilmember Madera brought that forward, and there was full support from the City Council. But during administrative council business, I'm going to at least suggest that we make this area a study session topic and tackle all of these at one time. We talk frequently about task forces. There are a couple on the agenda this evening, or commissions and so forth. And it seems to me that this needs that kind of prioritizing that those are having as well. Because I really admire you coming forward the way you do and caring for your community. That's what we're supposed to do as citizens. So
Well,
thank you.
I'm tired.
I appreciate that. So let's
tired.
I appreciate it. We're going to see what we can do to figure this out together. And if it requires a bunch of people coming together, then we'll help make that happen too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. City Manager Roger, I just want to see if we can, I know we put together that comprehensive motion a couple weeks ago. I think it would be appropriate if we just had just an update on where that's at. It was to have an opportunity to assess, to meet, to identify, and then think about funding and a timeline. I know it's frustrating because we don't move as fast as we can in 2 weeks, and there's a lot of things that are on the agenda, but it would be great to have some level of like just where we're at based on last couple weeks if possible, so we can share, because that was pretty comprehensive, and don't have any objections with thinking about a task force. I would love to have it informed by this motion, and then we can really be strategic about how we address it.
Yeah, so just as a general update about the motion from a couple weeks ago, and I do want to emphasize it is a couple weeks ago, and while this is a priority and the staff is taking it as a priority, we have other priorities that we also have to manage in kind as well. So let me put that and be clear around that. We do have a meeting scheduled with CDOT. The county will also join in the discussion, and that's obviously the first critical step that we need to undertake to get an assessment on how we're all going to partner together and create an expectation with a desired outcome. So for us to be able to get that scheduled and to be able to define that, I'm hoping when we come back at our next regular meeting, I'll be able to continue to provide you updates with that. But that's truly the first critical step so that we can truly create that expectation with what we've heard from council from your meeting 2 weeks ago.
I appreciate the comment, and my understanding from what you just said, that this is in motion. It's an appropriate motion because we don't want to just bring people together without a clear outcome or a clear action. It's just taking a little longer, but it sounds like this is we're moving in the right direction, bring people together to talk about the issues and then be really intentional about how to solve it. Because that's at the end of the day, that's why I mentioned the timeline. Let's talk about the timeline, but what I'm hearing you say, this is in motion as of 2 weeks ago, starting a conversation, and then we'll be able to have more updates. And I want to say it that way, so as you know, this isn't just, out there, but it sounds like this is moving forward in direction. Just not as fast as 2 weeks, right? I mean, we can't have it all in 2 weeks, but I think.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
but this has been longer than 2 weeks.
I understand that. I
And
understand
what
that.
you have to worry about now is the severity of the situation in that area, and it has become very severe. The roads are very bad, and so you can't, at certain times of the day, you cannot get on 6 and 85 and go up to King Soopers. I cannot go to my daughter's, I mean, you have to go the back roads, and the roads, even down going underneath the bridge, that's Suncor and CDOT situation, but the fact is that if nobody persists this, nobody makes everybody stand up and do what they're supposed to do, then hey, let's just sweep it under the rug. And that's what's been happening, is it's been swept under the rug. And as far as the trucks are concerned, I've already made this comment. Keith has already made this comment. If we don't get some assistance out there pretty soon, and we're taxpayers. We're paying for the police department to be out there. And so that's money out of our pockets that are helping for the police department. Plus, the police department, let's face it, we are not fully staffed. They're doing the best that they can.
Ms. Valdez,
So
you have one more.
it's getting serious out there,
Thank you. You have one more.
Okay.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. Again, thank you, Ms. Valdez, for continuing to come forward. I want to remind everyone as well that there's an elementary school that's right across the street on 68th, and that's going to be opening soon. So we've got the small motorized vehicles that we need to address, but we've got to start working on this now because school's going to be starting soon, and this is only going to get worse. So it may be complex, but we can't afford to kick the can down the road any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and she's right, because school's getting ready to start back in session again. But the thing is now is the kids go up there to the school to play, because at the park, there's not even any equipment at the park there for the kids to play. It was mainly made for the bus station people. But, you have the older ones, they go and they play, softball and stuff of that sort, you know. But the thing is that kids will be kids, and we all know this, you know? If you're a parent, you know, kids will be kids, and they have a tendency to not listen and do what they want to do, even when you're telling them not to. So here they are in their scooters on 68 in the middle of the road
Ms. Valdez.
with their dogs,
I
you know,
appreciate-
so.
I appreciate your comments, and we're taking it serious. And I just want to ask City Manager Rogers, is based on the contract that's been out on Colorado with the construction, started, a couple months ago, when is it going to conclude?
We'd have to pull their right-of-way permit, because obviously there's an expiration date with their right-of-way activity. I just don't have that at top of mind right now, sir. But we can definitely provide that to the council. Right, we
right.
do have 2 projects out there that are undergoing that development along that stretch, and then we have our own project. But that permit really speaks to when we have people working in our roadways and outlining what work is occurring and how long it's anticipated to do so, and then determining whether or not it should be deemed to have an extension of time or not. But
Sure.
that's just high level. But we can get you some of those details after we've had staff actually pull that
If you can
information.
send that out to all the council members, and not only that, you know, I know they have workers out there that are doing the street sign and making sure traffic's going where it's going. Maybe it could be an ask if they could maybe add more folks out there, have eyes on the road as far as directing traffic. That way, traffic is not going where it's not supposed to.
We can definitely engage and ask them a litany of different questions, that being one of them, about just how they are keeping towards their traffic control plan and other associated conditions with their permit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Yes.
Coming forward.
Thank you. You know, and just to kind of let you know too, I did speak with the supervisor, Josh, with Sturgeon. I did inform him today that his trucks have came southbound on the northbound lane a couple of times. Once I have it on camera, and the second time, the batteries were going low, so it didn't catch them. But Keith and I was sitting out there, and I explained to him, I says, this is very dangerous. You know, the first time, there was a car getting ready to turn onto Colorado Boulevard from 68th, and he had to pull over into the dirt. You know, so Sturgis is aware of this happening, you know, and of course, you know, Josh says, well, you know, I need kind of a truck number. Well, in the middle of the night at 9:30, 10:30 at night, there's no way you can be over there, you know, getting a truck number. So that's what I'm trying to say, is how dangerous it has gotten. 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, these people are flying through. Literally, I mean, they're not driving slow. These are drivers that are going to work. These are people that are going to work. So it's not only just the big trucks, but the speeders have picked up also, you know, and it's like, and then again this morning, you hear them laying on their horn because somebody's coming down the road
So
and somebody turned left.
I appreciate your time, and I'd like to come and visit you. I mean, we have had discussions about certain things that are going on in the neighborhood, but again, I also want to follow up with you personally so we can discuss this more.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
All right,
And
thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Appreciate that.
Mayor, that concludes our in-person speakers. I'll circle back around to our virtual speakers. Leah Myers. Leah, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Leah Myers. Mayor, I do not see Leah in the meeting. The second person signed up to speak virtually is Joseph Westcott. Joseph, if you're in the Zoom meeting, you can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Mayor, I do not see Joseph raising their hand. Our final in-person speaker, Rana Sanchez. Rana, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Rana Sanchez. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Rana in the meeting.
All right, thank you again for trying, appreciate that. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were not received by the deadline and incorporated. If a follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Next is proclamations. I will invite the city staff forward to read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Eva Labonte. I'm your Director of Human Resources. Whether we've had employees who work for us for 3 days, 3 years, or 30 years, all of our employees at every level in our organization play a really vital role in allowing us to innovate and execute in order to serve our residents of our community. We have several members of our department leadership here tonight to help us read this year's Employee Appreciation Proclamation.
Whereas Commerce City is building a quality community for a lifetime, for growing a community of more than 70,000 residents and 1,700 businesses, and
whereas the city's employees, numbering more than 1,000, including seasonal and variable hour staff, strive to achieve this mission on a daily basis, providing excellent public services and customer experiences by anticipating needs, embracing diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and fostering relationships to sustain a growing and vibrant community. And
whereas city leadership wishes to recognize employees' contributions to the community through quality customer service and demonstrating their values of integrity, collaboration, innovation, respect, and excellence. And
whereas the City Council of the City of Commerce City wishes to recognize and reward employees for their engagement, dedicated service, and outstanding achievements.
Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Douglas, on behalf of the City Council of Commerce City, hereby proclaims the month of August 2024 as Employee Appreciation Month, thanking the city's employees for all of their hard work and dedication to the City of Commerce City.
Thank you. Thank you for all the staff members who came forward to read the proclamation. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Ford,
I'll move to approve the proclamation as read.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Teeter? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to go ahead and say, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate everything the city staff has done. Ever since I've joined council back in October 22, from Annette to really getting me on board to Armando, to pretty much everyone here on staff. So just want to say kudos to you guys. Same with our city manager and of course now our city attorney. And yes, also Mr. Tolbert, who is sitting there. So appreciate everything you guys do all together. Thank you guys for I don't know what else to say other than just thanks. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Just want to say thanks to everyone, to everything you do for the city, but also recognizing that, the culture and the environment that's created at the city is dedicated to the leadership. And so City Manager Roger, I want to thank you personally for what you're doing for the city, not just for your tenacity, for your patience, for your determination, but also for being patient with us as you have 9 supervisors. And sometimes we all agree and sometimes we don't. And you've been able to navigate the waters and understand and keep the eye on the prize of what's best for the city, what's best for the residents, and what's best for the future of the city. So I appreciate it. I'm often reached out to by folks in the field and in city management or city governments from other cities when job postings are posted. And they're wanting and desire to work for Commerce City. And that's because of your leadership, and it's because of the crew you bring around you, the staff you have, and thank you. So I just want to give you your flowers while it's not it's not an easy job, it's not an easy road, but I thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to thank leadership, but I'd also like to thank all of the workers who keep the machine greased. From the people at Eagle Point who are willing to stay the weekend in cold weather to take care of those people who are seeking shelter. And they do it out of love for the city, and that to me is amazing, and it has to be commended. The guys who get on the snowplows and the street sweepers and all of that, they're probably not here tonight, but I want those people to know how much they are appreciated, because without them, we wouldn't have a city. Thank you.
Councilmember McDare?
Yeah, we have so many amazing people that are with the city and part of this team to make everything, keep going day in, day out. And, I just want to recognize everyone here and everyone who's not here that's a part of the city, that nothing that we do up here gets done without all you guys at the city that are doing all the hard work every single day. So thank you for that, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. Yeah, after being an employee myself for around 10 years and working my way up through the ranks, the Public Works Department, the Parks Department, I haven't heard anybody say anything about the Finance Department and the people that keep the numbers straight. Everybody from the bottom up, we appreciate what you do for our community. Yeah, we're always striving to do more, and we hear things like we did during citizen communication. We're always trying to do a better job. But with the leadership that we have right now and with the employees that we have, I truly want to tell you thank you. I appreciate what you do every day. And for Mr. Maxwell, an extra thank you for getting us that cooler. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I like the cooler, but I also like the water bottle filler. I haven't had a chance to thank him for that. That's been on my list for a long time, so thank you very much for that, too. I do want to thank everyone as well and acknowledge that the process of governance is not without hitches and glitches, and that there may be many of you who are at home watching this meeting, or maybe you're saying, oh, no, don't make me go through a city council meeting, but who also have ideas and say to themselves, oh, I probably could figure out how to fix that, or, gee, I know what needs to be done. That can be part of the process, too. And that kind of commitment to the community and to your work is what drives Commerce City and will help us become a quality community for a lifetime. So thanks to all 1,000 people, both full-time and part-time. You are very much appreciated. I'm glad that we're doing a month for you, but it's really 365 days a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice of the staff to come up, even the new staff member, and read the proclamation. That means you guys were coming up as a team, and we do ask a lot of everybody. And when we take these seats, all of a sudden we come in with new suggestions, and that changes things that were set before. And those contributions that you guys have are very invaluable to our organization, and it just means a lot to me because living here, the workers are usually the first people that I see. I mean, I went to the gym this morning. Gym opens at 5 o'clock in the morning. Same people who work there welcome me without a glitch. And they do that with every person who comes through that door. And that just shows how much appreciation that they have for their job and for our community. And the fact that you guys are here every Monday night paying attention, and if we have strange questions, majority of the time those questions are answered. But without you guys making sure what we ask doesn't get done, I know it's hard. We just had some community members come up here, but that doesn't mean the work is done. So I just want to commend everybody, and I really do appreciate all the effort and time that you put in, because it is hard. Don't know what we're going to be asking, so thank you very much. And let's see, any other council members? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
All right, passes 9 unanimously, and I will invite the council forward to take a photo with all staff members. Come on up.
Smiles. Good bunny ears. Oh, wait, we have to bring up one. How much are?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much.
It's like, how many people have to walk? We are ready.
Duly noted. Thank you.
I wanted to bring that up somehow, but I know that would not be until after.
I appreciate that. All right, thank you very much for coming up and take a photo. Okay, on to presentations, Senior Commission Yearly Report. I will invite Carla Plummer, from Senior Commission Chair, forward to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. I'm Carly Plummer, and I am the Chair of the Commerce City Senior Commission. And this is our 2024 annual update. So the Senior Commission, who we are, we're a group of volunteers that work together to serve the needs of Commerce City. We consist of 9 voting members, 2 alternate members, 3 ex officio, and 2 city council members. Some of us, like myself, have been with the commission since its inception in 2017, and some are new, but they're from our community. What we bring is a wealth of knowledge, expertise, but most of all, a commitment to the commission and its purpose. I want to take a moment and introduce our commissioners that are with us here tonight. So if you're behind me, please stand when I call your name. If you're on the stage, we'd love for you to do that as well. Again, I am Carly Plummer. I'm the current chair. Carol Taylor Boyd, vice chair. Mary Kay Natho, Carol Harvell, Diane Narvas, Sue McGowan, Scott Hefty, Tina Ledesma, Gabriella Adeshu, Myrna Ferguson, Councilmember Douglas, and Mayor Pro Tem Noble. And if you're interested in the senior commission, we have vacancies in 3 of those categories. So now that you know who we are, what are we about? Well, we are here, our mission is to advise the City Council, foster greater understanding of senior citizens, encourage greater senior citizen participation in community issues, inform the community of available services, programs, and resources, and advocate for issues of importance to older adults. So what does that really translate to? What are some of the things that we do? Well, we do advocate on behalf of the senior residents on important issues, and we advocate often with our City Council commission members. We create informational guides. We have also created a resource page on the city website. We promote available senior resources. We lead and participate in community service events, and we host informational events and seminars that are geared to benefit the seniors in our community. So last time we were here was summer of '23. But I want to start talking off about where we're at here in 2024 as far as the goals and what we've accomplished. Our first goal was to host our 3rd annual, now get it, that's 3 years in a row, Senior Resource Fair. Now, the goal at the time was 250 attendees, 35 vendors, and the education and activities. We did have that event. That goal is complete. We held it on Saturday, June 8th at Eagle Point Recreation Center. And shout out to Parks, Recreation, and Golf and Eagle Point Recreation Center and their staff. They did a tremendous job of supporting us, and we look forward to many more opportunities to work together. We did not hit our primary goal of 250 attendees, but we did surpass our senior goal, senior attendees from last year. Last year, we had 110 seniors attend. This year, we had 124. The difference we found when we were at Adams City High School for our first 2 years is families came to the event. This year, it was more individuals attending at the rec center. So that's an opportunity for us next year to get the information out to more families. We did have fewer vendors, and I'm going to chalk some of that up to there were a couple of new city-sponsored resource-type events sandwiched right around the time of ours. And unfortunately, we pull from some of the same resources for vendors. So that impacted the vendors at our event. But we did have educational activities. We partnered with Community Relations and PRG Active Adults. They made sure that we were in all the communication channels. We did increase attendance at our educational classes. The folks walked out knowing something they didn't know before they walked in. We're very proud of that. And we're going to continue to collaborate with local organizations to find more vendors to participate. Goal number 2 is in progress. It's partially completed. We host 3 lunch and learn events so that we can communicate and provide resources to our seniors. The first was completed in April. We had a record 90 attendees at our first lunch and learn this year at Bison Ridge. We had presentations by South Adams County Fire District, our fire department on safety, and the Civic Academy 101 by the Center of Innovation. Our second is scheduled for July 30th, and you are all invited to visit. The presentation will be by Adams County District Attorney's Office on elderly fraud prevention, and that will be at Eagle Point. Our third is now scheduled on September 18th. It will be, the presentation will be by the Senior Planet, who will share their technology training that is offered free to Commerce City residents. Lunch and Learns will continue to be an integral part of our goals, and we will continue to invite vendors and resources and nonprofit providers that share free and low-cost services or other information that benefits our senior community. Goal number 3 is an annual service project, but this year we're adding a social twist. It will be a social event. Data that we've been provided tells us that socialization is a huge priority for seniors, not just in Commerce Cities, but seniors everywhere. That's scheduled for fourth quarter. It's still in the works, so please keep your eyes and ears out for more information on that event. When I came on the commission in 2022, we set up a 3-year goal. That's goal number 4. It's in progress. That's that we would identify a policy recommendation for the city council after 3 years of finding and speaking with seniors in the community using the 2023 Senior Needs Assessment. And we are in the process of developing that policy recommendation and presenting it to the city council. So, as I said, we were here in the summer of 2023. It's now summer of 2024. And all I can tell you is it was a year of accomplishments for the Senior Commission. In 2023, we hosted our 2nd annual resource fair at Adams City High School, which hosted the fair for 2 years. We exceeded every goal measure with over 200 attendees. And 37 vendors. We always have demonstrations, and we always invite Buffalo Run Golf, Silver Sneakers, and the line dancing instructors at the rec centers. 3 lunch and learns. We used Eagle Point and Bison Ridge. We had 175 attendees between the 3. Now note, we had 90 at our first this year, so we're going to blow that number out of the water. We're getting more seniors interested and learning about the benefits of attending these lunch and learns. Our presentations last year were by Via Transportation, South Adams County Fire Department on fire safety, and Commerce City Police Department fraud safety. We had listening sessions, roundtable discussions about senior needs and resources. We always serve lunch, so remember, you're invited. Sometimes we give raffles and swag bags, and we now always provide Spanish interpreters. That we partnered with our new senior family navigator, and I'll expound on that a little bit more in a moment. We had a fall lunch and learn, Commerce City Fall Fest, and then we had our annual service event in 2023. It was in December. We visited 3 senior facilities, Madonna Plaza, Kearney Plaza, and Contra Estates. We purchased, stuffed, and hand-delivered to residents 150 bags of items that benefit them, and fun stuff like snacks. We had a couple of cocoa and care parties with cookies, holiday singing, and bingo. We know how to make it fun. So here is just a quick glimpse into 2023 and our senior commission moments. Maybe. Give it a moment. There we go. So each year we participate in the Memorial Day Parade. That's one of the big venues for us to hand out information about the upcoming senior fair. This was at Adams City High School, who also did an exceptional job at hosting our fair. If you'll notice there, you had a line dancing demonstration. That, I'll tell you, these folks can go for like an hour. I have to sit down, they make me tired just watching them. We have a ton of vendors that participate. And one of our criteria for vendors is they're not here to sell to our citizens. They're here to provide either free or low-cost services that benefit the citizens. And when they show up, They need to be able to provide that resource, sign them up for that activity, or give them something that day that they walk away. We want every person to not walk away with a bag full of pamphlets. We want them to walk away with something that benefits them that they didn't know about before they showed up that day. The other thing we always do is we have coffee and donuts using local bakeries. We use Delfina's and Tasty, and then our Reunion Coffee House we use for our coffee. Bison Grill provides hot dogs and chips and snacks for our lunch. So when our people show up, they get raffles, swags, breakfast, and lunch. If you haven't been to one of these events, I definitely invite every city council member to show up. You would be amazed at what we've been able to accomplish, and the senior residents enjoy it. This last pick is our annual service project. Those are our giveaways. There's our bingo and our parties. So now let's take a quick look at 2024, because we're in this year of accomplishments. You know, I mentioned almost everything on here already, except this first bullet point, partnering with the new full-time senior navigator, and this is the one I want to expound upon. We are so proud of this, and I just want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. A huge thank you to our City Council Commission members who champion our requests and our recommendations. Years ago, we said that we needed a single point of contact for seniors in this community so that they could find, there are resources available, but they don't know where they are, who they are, or how to get to them. And that's one of our big challenges that we've been trying to put a lot of attention into. So in 2023, this city council, or a city council, approved a full-time family senior navigator, and we were so appreciative. We're even more proud of the fact that in 2024, we have a full-time senior navigator. Now, if you don't know who that is, Sarah, do you want to wave? Where are you at? There she is. That's Sarah Burgess. And if you are a senior with us here today, online, on Zoom, or if you have a senior in your household, this is a woman that you need to get to know. She has hours at both rec centers, so make sure you stop by. She is that single point of contact for our senior community. She's also our city liaison. She came in and she's doing a fabulous job. So we appreciate you. And even though it seems like we've accomplished so much, sometimes I think we're just getting started. For a bunch of older folks, we got a lot we want to do. So here is another quick glance. Thanks for your patience with my video skills. This is 2024 and some of the events. This was our first year at hosting at Eagle Point, and Parks and Recreation, from their maintenance staff to the advisory council, senior advisory council, to all of the folks. I don't know them all. I know some of their faces. I know some of their names, but they've done an exceptional job of helping us coordinate this event this year. It's our launch event, and it was very successful. They also help us with the accommodations at Bison Ridge and at Eagle Point for our lunch and learns. It takes a lot to put on some of these events. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that even we don't understand. Now, the vendors that show up, A huge shout out to our commission, our volunteer members of our commission. They have a huge input in getting vendors there, specifically Tina Ledesma and our Adams County partner, Carla. So thank you, and you should come and find us. These are some of the classes that we had. They were well attended. Everyone enjoyed the training. They asked lots of questions. You know, a good gauge of how well you did is how many questions they ask. Here we are back to the line dancing demo. Let me tell you, these folks went on for an hour. I had to sit down. And I wasn't dancing. They wore me out. But it is, yeah, that was me. I grabbed the fireman for the picture, the photo op. So thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, audience, for your patience. But I'd be remiss if I didn't do a couple of shout outs. One is to our senior commission volunteers. These folks have active lives and they put in tons of hours volunteering. We couldn't do what we do without each and every one of you. So from myself and from Carol, a heartfelt thank you to our mayor, Steve Douglas, for your support, to our city council. Again, a huge shout out to our city council commission members. That's a lot to say. City council commission members, Mayor Pro Tem Noble and Council Member Douglas, to Parks, Recreation, and Golf and all of their staff, to Adams County Human Services, to the city staff. You see, I put departments. I don't even know who they all are. I don't even know who helps us. All I know is they make it happen. So it's awesome that you were appreciating the city staff tonight, because we send out a huge thank you from who prints our flyers, to makes our posters, to does our guidebooks, to updates the websites, who puts in the ads and does the social media, to the photographers, to the people that schedule it all. Just thank you. We couldn't do it without you. And specifically the Community Wellbeing Department, because they are the ones that give us the Senior and the Family Navigator and our city liaison. So that's all I have for our 2024 annual report. I'm happy to take any questions, but you do have to speak loudly into the mic because I am hard of hearing.
Thank you. Any city council members have questions? Councilmember Dukes.
No question. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
For all you do, and thank you for, just taking care of our senior community. It's so important. Something that resonated around just the involvement to stay active, and seeing my father as he aged gracefully, aged in place, and the importance of that social interaction. I'm just excited to hear how you're really helping our community so that our seniors can stay here and be a part of a quality community. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Totally agree.
I just wanted to say thank you, Carly. What an excellent, lively presentation. You put the energy into the senior commission and get everyone else excited about participating and planning and doing everything that the senior commission does. I'm also on the youth commission, so I'm hoping to get the two of you together and get some projects going. I think we could have some fun together. So thank you again for the wonderful presentation. Very well done.
Well, we're glad to have you on board. And Susan Noble, thank you for your years of participation and championing our causes on behalf of the city council. So thank you, everyone.
Oh, wait, not yet. Hang on, Carla.
I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Man, Carly, I just wanted to say you set a high bar for our commissions in the annual report presentations. And thank you to all the commissioners on the senior commission, because the commitment, the dedication, the enthusiasm at every meeting, some commissions have a hard time meeting quorum, That is never a problem at the senior commission meetings. So well done, everyone, and well done. Ms. Plummer, you did a fantastic job. So thank you, and I know the seniors in Commerce City appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to say thank you as well. When I first came on council, I was 49, and now I'm about to be 63. So I guess I've been a senior for a while now, 8 years. It doesn't feel like it though, and just a motivation and the things that you brought forward are great, because I've seen a lot of senior commission reports, but you really have raised the bar. So I'm not sure what you're going to do next time when you come, but this is fantastic. So I appreciate everything you guys have done, because it takes all of you to get everybody involved and be proactive. So stay young. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it.
All right, don't forget, July 30th and September 18th.
Okay, thank you. All right, up next, Metro District Review. I'm going to invite Jim Tolbert, Assistant City Manager, forward to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tonight, wait till Jordan gets it up over here. This item is titled Metro District Review. The purpose of it tonight is to respond to council direction that we received to conduct a review of mill levy certifications and service plans for 2024 to ensure full compliance, to verify collected tax revenues being spent in accordance with the service plans, and then research how other communities approach metro districts and infrastructure financing, and then to discuss next steps. Go ahead. The first thing that we're going to talk about is the audit and the results. This came about as a result of a motion at a regular council meeting on February 5th. Came back to council at the 26th and then again April 8th for further clarification. And then we started working with outside counsel and financial advisors to conduct a review based on your expectations. And I will, at this point, turn it over to Jason Simmons, who will go through his research and the study that he's done and give you those details.
Hi, good evening. Jason Simmons, Hilltop Securities. Thank you for being here. We were hired, engaged by the city to conduct an audit based on publicly available information. We worked with a list provided to us from Butler Snow as legal counsel of districts that are overlapping the city of Commerce City. And in that, they provided information on what were the maximum mill levies established in the service plan. We took that information and did two kind of main reviews. One was to calculate an adjusted maximum mill levy based on changes in primarily the residential assessment rate between when those districts were formed and where we are today. And we compared that to what the districts were levying for their debt service mill levy. And again, let me clarify, that was just the maximum debt service mill levy. We also looked at each of the district's most recent completed audits, which was 2022. And we took a look at the debt service funds for each of those districts and made sure that the tax collections were flowing through their debt service fund and being used to make debt service payments. And our findings were generally that for the debt service mill levy, that the majority of districts were levying debt service mills that were lower than the calculated maximums. There were a few districts where we need to make some further adjustments due to the most recent Senate bill that made some adjustments per parcel. So there are a few that we would need to go back and make sure that we do those more detailed calculations. We need additional information for that. And then again, as we found that the districts that were levying debt service mill levies, those funds were flowing through their debt service funds and being used to retire debt or other outstanding obligations through their debt service fund. I'll stop there and see if any have questions.
You council members have questions at this point? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. Could you actually possibly tell us your conclusions beyond some were lower? Because I think that there will be several that residents will feel differently about it. I see in looking at the compilation of overlapping Metro District levies that in the final column, you have lower, you have to be determined, and you have NA. NA applies to metro districts which have not yet done something? What is NA?
Most of the NAs represent districts that, there are certain districts that don't have a mill levy cap established in their service plan. And most of those, that's the situation where there is no mill levy cap according to their service plan.
Okay, so in theory, when you say lower, all you mean is it's lower than the cap.
The maximum cap, correct.
Okay, it's not like it's lower on our pocketbooks. It's lower for the service plan allowance.
Correct.
Okay, so we have, I'll do North Range Metro Districts first. You have the mill levy total of 98.25 mills. And then in column 9, you show that there's an adjusted mill levy of 68 primarily, 68.2. What is that adjustment? What do you mean adjustment? Because I think our taxes pretty much reflected the 98.
So this first column is just for the debt service mill levy. That column is calculating the caps of the debt service mill levy. So the majority of these debt service mills were capped at 50 mills, but are subject to adjustment with changes in the method of calculating, assessed values. And so that column 9 used the changes in residential assessment ratios between when those service plans were approved to today to adjust those caps upwards, and that's what was allowable in those plans. So that's what that column 9 represents, is those, they're no longer 50 mills because they are subject to adjustment based on those changes in the residential assessment rate. So those are higher as that residential assessment rate has dropped down. This calculation did not take into account per parcel adjustments that were created in the most recent state legislature, SB 23B001. That's, so some of those that we footnoted TBD with a footnote 2, those are the ones we should go back and make a little bit more detailed calculation to calculate that max in a little bit more detail, because those were close. Many of the districts were levying debt service mill levy substantially below those caps.
Okay, and then when we turn to compilation of overlapping metro, well, it's the same thing, but it's overlapping Commerce City debt. It's the amount of money. Instead of the actual mill levy, it's the amount of money that's involved in these. I see a percentage of debt to assessed, and in some cases it's quite high, it's over 100%. Is that anything for anyone to be concerned about?
No, that's just because those are early stages. So metro districts issue debt generally before any homes are being built. So that's when you're going to have high debt to assessed ratios. That ratio will come down as those homes are built and come on the tax rolls.
Okay, and then you show, for example, North Range Metro District Number 1, which is the original Metro District in Reunion. It has a Malipa transfer of $3.4 million that was transferred to what?
It transfers to a Reunion to make payments. There's, some of these districts that they have different structures are all tied together through various intergovernmental agreements, and that is one of them. So some of those districts transfer money to the Reunion district or others to pay debt service. That's what that is.
Okay, if this is a 25-year-old metro district, it still has that much debt service because none of the other metro districts moved that kind of money.
I was not involved with the initial debt outstanding. That the debt that is listed in those columns are based on the 2022 audits.
Okay. And my final question is, in transferring the Malipa, can that transfer of money be used for debt actually when it comes to Tabor?
I have not dug into, I have not been instructed to dig into any of those agreements that, but those typically, each of the individual districts typically have voted individual debt. And so those would be obligations that would be subject to Tabor, but that debt was usually approved. I have not looked into that one specifically, but that's generally how they work.
And did you observe in your audit whether these 67 metro districts, 66 of which are in North Commerce City, only one of which is in South Commerce City, that they had complied with the service plan in terms of the requirements that they are to meet in order to remain metro districts?
We only reviewed compliance in terms of their setting their debt service mill levy and using those mill levies to flow through their debt service fund. But yes, those that we reviewed did.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other council members have questions? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. If I can hit the button, thank you. I appreciate the information here. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. When I look at the spreadsheet itself, the data that's there, right? I'm looking at this as saying, all right, for example, we'll go back to what Mayor Pro Tem's example was, which is Northridge Metro District 1. The cap was at 50. We're currently at 98, but then it seems like with the Senate bill that passed, we should be readjusted back to 72. Is that how I'm reading this, or?
No, the cap per the service plan was 50, dated back to 2000 when the service plan was approved. The 98 is the total levy of the district, which includes the next few columns, which is the 25.584 for operating, and then the 26 for debt, and then there's another 46 for contractual obligations, which would be related to Malipa. So all those total, that 98. The column 9, that calculation of the 72 that's just, again, the debt service cap. Just debt service.
So with regards to column 9, and I think this is a question I had asked earlier that you responded to, but I want to make sure the rest of the council understands. Does it factor in the mix of commercial, residential, and other land classifications?
No, these do not. That's where some that are footnoted, we need to go back and make sure that those are taking into that account and then that per parcel adjustments. So that's one we should probably footnote and go back and check.
So I guess my last question I have for you then is based on the assessment that you and your team had completed, do you believe then, I think based on this information, that everyone is well within their respective service plans and their current agreements?
As far as where they're levying their debt service mill levies, correct.
And then is there any of these within the Commerce City boundaries that you believe that could be potentially, that are so low in debt that it could be closed down or shut down?
That is not a question that I should answer. That's more of a city policy or a legal question.
Copy that. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Just to piggyback on Councilmember Kim's question, can you just restate the goal of the audit and then were there findings, negative findings in this audit that you can just repeat or share?
The goal of the audit, working with staff, was to come up with a scope of work that compared the outstanding debt service mill levies that were levied for 2024 collection year to the established caps for those that were established in the original service plans per those that could be adjusted. Again, many of those service plans had language in there that allowed those maximum levies to be adjusted upwards as the residential assessment rate changed over the years to make them revenue neutral. So that's what we had done. We took those caps, we adjusted those based on changes in the residential assessment rate alone to get a first sniff on this to see how things looked compared. We identified the majority of them are levying debt service mill levies that are lower than their caps. There are a few that we should go back and do the more detailed calculations as detailed in, or as outlined in the most recent Senate bill. So that was part one. Part two was taking a look to make sure that those debt service revenues, those property tax revenues, were being used to pay debt service. So we looked at the most recent completed audit, which was 2022. We looked at the debt service funds in those years, looked at those debt service property tax levies coming in, and made sure that they were being used to pay debt service on outstanding obligations for those that were levying a debt service mill levy. We have found that the majority of the districts are levying debt service mill levies lower than the adjusted caps. There are a few that we want to go back and make some more detailed calculations on. But we found that we did not see anything that seemed drastically material out of compliance with what we would expect.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. I have a couple clarifying questions. So for column 9, that's for the residential assessment rate. That's for the adjusted max, correct?
Correct.
How much will the Senate bill impact that?
Most of them will go up further because they were per parcel adjustments. Like, for example, for each residential house, you were able to deduct $55,000 of additional value. So if you add that back, most of those caps will go up a little bit higher than what's demonstrated here in column 9.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, this question is probably for Mr. Tolbert. Mr. Tolbert, within your memo, you had mentioned, as far as the recommendation is concerned, can you restate what your recommendation is? Because it appears that you're saying that potentially SIDs, GIDs might be the way to go compared to metro districts. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what your recommendation is with regards to after this audit.
Thank you, Councilmember. I actually, when we're done here, I'm going to get into presenting on the memo, but we're suggesting that council might want to look at the special improvement districts as another alternative. And again, I'll get into some detail with that, but
Any other council members? Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
That will be good to get into because it is an unusual situation that we have increases that occur without the vote of the actual homeowners because of the way some of these are set up. So it has made it challenging for the homeowners to do anything about this situation. And as these have risen over time, as these mill levies have risen, it's become problematic for so many homeowners, particularly because these, how many Reunion Metro districts are there? Maybe 17, but all total there's 66 Metro districts. So every time a new home is built, that first year's tax is only on the land itself. The second year is on the land and the improvement or the house. And that is a stunning revelation to so many of our young and older brand new residents who didn't realize that their taxes were going to go up exponentially the second year. And they are finding themselves in the position of having to either consider selling their homes, taking on second jobs, or some other way to move on, whether even it means a foreclosure. So these metro districts have been quite challenging in Commerce City. I really appreciate that you did this audit because it also demonstrates that some of the service plans that have been approved over time needed to have tighter parameters so that these increases couldn't be made in a way that harms the residents or doesn't allow them to participate in decisions regarding tax levies. So thank you very kindly for the time that you put into it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
I think this is a question for the city, but it might be for everyone. Can we get an updated later on about the adjusted max for column 9 later on in council? And I guess this is for Jim Tolbert. Is there an assessment for homeowners' affordability? I'm concerned just that this is a form of gentrification. This can move out communities that can or did once be able to afford this, now can't because of taxes. Is there any kind of assessment that actually is for consumer rights?
I think Jim's tossing that over to me. Just to make sure I heard you this correctly, ma'am. Is there any affordability assessment that could be applied to helping our residents in the current state of their tax valuation?
Yes, to basically protect homeowners' consumer rights because their taxes are being raised.
There currently is not, from a city perspective, and I'm not aware of any program or incentive or assessment that the state has considered or provides to the residents of Colorado.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to get a clarification. Is there going to be more on this presentation, or are we at the end?
We still have a discussion around the potential alternative options if the council wanted to move forward with those, and that's what Jim was stating about what's next in the presentation.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and proceed with that, because the way things were going, I thought this was the end, so sorry about that. Thank you.
All right, as we stated, this is a comparison of, we took a look at what some of the other Front Range community are doing. You had asked information on how other cities approach metro districts, what alternatives to financing new infrastructure might be, and how our regulations compare to other communities. Staff looked at other communities, reviewed the policies, interviewed key staff, and analysis of development patterns. Findings went into this memo, and full disclosure, Mr. Borgelli did this research and put this together. Unfortunately, he's on military duty, and so you get me, and I will do the best I can to do justice to what he's done. What we found is that many Front Range communities have relied on metro districts for greenfield development. Many of them are getting away from that because they're not doing greenfield development. They're doing other types of development, more infill than they had before. That our metro district regulations are among the strongest that are in place in the Front Range with the changes that you recently made to the regulations. And that in looking at it, that special improvement districts might be a viable alternative to metro districts in some forms of financing. Just to talk a little bit about the general structure of the special improvement districts, they can be organized through the initiation of the city or a metropolitan district or one of the GIDs by adopting a resolution of intent to create the district. It can be in response to a petition from property owners or on its own initiative. After the notice is done, there's a hearing held on the creation, and the governing body may adopt an ordinance or resolution organizing the district. At or prior to the hearing, the property owners may veto the district through a protest petition. After notice, another public hearing is held on the levy of the assessments, at which point the entity puts on evidence supporting the assessments. After the hearing, there's an ordinance or resolution adopted imposing the assessments, and it must demonstrate that there's benefit to the assessed properties. And then there's an election required for the special improvement districts for approval that would be held on the Tuesday succeeding the first Monday in May in odd-numbered years. So a couple of things that we would want to consider is any debt issuance in previously established GIDs would be a separate debt payable from special assessments, not property tax revenue, through a special improvement district. It'd be a payment, but it would be an assessment, not a tax. It could be a smaller section of one of the GIDs. Since our GIDs are very large, it probably would be, and the assessment is imposed on the property benefited, and that debt would require voter approval before any debt could be issued. We'd also need to consider expanding the functions of the existing GIDs or the current limitations of their bonding capacity and the scope of improvements that have been approved. The NIGID has no bonding capacity and is limited to street and water improvements. The ECA GID and the ER GID have $2 billion in voter authorization Each of them is issued a little, but nowhere near the total amount. And the improvements specified are street, Parks and Rec, water, sanitation, and transportation. We would need further research from our financial advisor, fully understand the financial implications for the city if multiple SIDs were created and what effect it might have on the city's credit rating. We'd also need to understand and do research on what having these districts would do on the, what impacts it would be on the city for any of the finance tracking or keeping up with them before we would move forward recommending that we actually create any. And then what we need guidance from council on tonight is direction from council on should we bring back the ordinance to repeal the moratorium, and then any other questions or concerns that you might have related.
Okay, is there any questions for Jim Tolbert? Councilmember Noble, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
That's all right. Titles are not a big deal to me. Besides, you appointed me, so it's not the same as being a mayor or something, so thank you. The Special Improvement District, because it's an assessment, it wouldn't be a tax write-off as a property tax would be, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And in other parts of the north, let's take River Run, for example. River Run is a subdivision in North Commerce City, but it is not a metro district. How was infrastructure funded there?
Hard to say, man. We'd have to actually go back and speak with the developer of that subdivision to see how they underwrote that project.
I think that would be important information to have because as we learned at a recent conference, there is, there's such a thing as capital stacks, and that people can go to insurance companies and so on and so forth in order to find the funding to do some of these projects as well. There's always been a risk in development. I have family that's in development. There's always a risk in it. I have family who are realtors. I've been one before myself. It's a tricky business, but I cannot continue to go down the path where there is harm to our residents. Yes, we did pass important regulations, but here's my concern about that for the council. We're not as smart as the team of lawyers that developers pull together. They have far more money than we will ever think of having. They have far more resources. They have giant lobbying teams like the Home Builders Association and the Metro District Education Association and any number of other operations that they have. I am concerned that we have overlooked something, which unfortunately happened with previous other city councils that weren't provided the information that would let them know what the consequences were of the content of that service plan. And that's how we wound up in this fix, because people simply didn't know that we would be in that position. And that's what I'm fearful of, is that our regulations may not be as tight as we hope they would be. I also know that even though our memo contains several cities, that Littleton, Lakewood, Loveland, I believe it is, or Longmont, those city councils are looking at this in the same way that we are as to what can be done about it. Also Broomfield, and they're not part of the memo in terms of finding alternatives. And I still think that we need to find the the best solution to this problem that was, that unfortunately benefits those who don't need the help, but doesn't benefit those who do.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
Yes, whether you call it a metro district, a special district, or a general improvement district, I mean, they're all either collecting taxes, or they're collecting fees, or they're making assessments. But the bottom line is they're all going to pay the same money when it's all said and done. Am I correct?
Can't argue that, yes, sir.
And
It's just difference in what you call it. And as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, when they're taxes, you can get a tax deduction. When you're paying it, potentially when it's an assessment, you can't.
And so that would be the only thing that homeowners would lose on it, is they would not be able to claim it on their taxes. So that would be a loss.
If it's an assessment, yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Looks to me like the big crime here is just the fact that when they sold the properties, they didn't disclose that the taxes could go up, and a lot of people are got a house now that they can't afford because the taxes did go up, and so I'd just like to do away with the moratorium. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Jim, I want to thank you and just the city staff, because a lot of the information I see tonight is information you presented about a year ago as well. And I understand that there's new questions that are brought up, but thank you for re-sharing some of this information and bringing it to our attention again. Also, thank you to the team for really having an audit that talked through, what we asked as a city council, and come to find out there's no findings in that, negative findings in that audit. And it's reassuring to know that these metro districts are doing what they're supposed to do in terms of issuing debt and then providing debt and doing what they need to do within the content of their agreement. I do have a question around the SID, in a sense of there's a vote that's required by the landowner or the residents. Knowing that we have greenfield, and that's what separates us from some other cities who are landlocked, which is a big separation. Not everyone can grow east like we can grow east with a lot of land. So that's a big distinction, a different point that we need to address, honestly. We need to think about, that's what separates us from other places that we can actually grow. But because we have owners of land, and if we want to do an SID, they will have to vote, whoever owns that land, to approve to do the SID. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And with that in mind, do they have to vote on when elections occur, or can they have a special vote at any point?
I can jump in here. We actually have our outside counsel available this evening, if you would mind, Kim Crawford.
Sure. Hi, I'm Kim Crawford. Nice to see you again. So special improvement districts are, they're not a separate political subdivision. They're just an area designated within the GID or the city or whatever, wherever you want to form it. You don't have to vote to form one. It just is by petition of somebody who wants to form one. You do have to vote for debt. So you don't have to vote for the imposition of assessments, but if you wanted to issue a bond of $10 million and then pay it back over time with assessments, that $10 million would need to be voted, but they don't have to vote for the assessments because they're not taxes. So they're not.
I understand. The assessments are not taxes, but they're part of the existing GID. If there's no existing GID, or if the special improvement district's not, if there's no GID, I'm thinking about our space that hasn't been improved yet, hasn't been built on, but a developer wants to start the process on existing land that they have. And do they have to vote to have SID, or do they have to vote to have a GID started?
Well, really.
And when is that vote? Sorry, in the last part, I know we have 2 minutes, but when does that vote have to take place?
So they can't just form an SID. It would be the city that would do that, because they can't, as a developer, just form an SID. They have to have a government to do that.
Okay.
So they could come to you and say, hey, I want to form an SID here. And the SIDs are specifically for property benefited. So he's going to have some sort of engineering report and what are the benefits going to be and how much is going to be imposed on each lot so it isn't like they can just come in and do that. They have to have a plan.
And present it to the city council.
Right. And if
the
it's-
assessments, sorry, I don't want to cut you off,
No,
but
no,
I'd
no
say I have
problem.
20 minutes, or a minute 19, 18.
Okay.
The second part of the question is just, so there's a process in place that we have to approve, similar to Metro District, GID. We have approval and we have to agree with the costs upfront. Is that correct?
Yes.
The other question I have for City Manager Rogers, we talked about the capital stacks. And capital stacks in this context, it includes different types of funding mechanisms that a builder can tap into. Then they stack it to find out what's the best way to move forward with a development project. Is that correct? Or can you explain the capital stacks for me?
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it high level. Yes, capital stack is, in the simplest form, taking different sources, stacking them together to be able to demonstrate you have been able to competently underwrite the cost to develop said project. That could be governmental entity participation, whether that is a cost infrastructure. It can be from private equity through investors, angel investors, things of that sort, or joint ventures between two developers or two property owners that may have the funds, in addition to some of your institutional capital, which are your Prudentials of the world, your Liberty, not your Liberty Mutuals, but others as such within that to get to that, the underwrite that balance.
Thank you. And last question, if, or
5 minutes up, sorry about that. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Sorry. Thank you very much. I just want to make clear that it's not simply about whether we all pay taxes. We all pay property taxes. I'd be more than happy to pay the valuation and the property taxes on our house if we weren't in a metro district. But certain metro districts, such as the original metro district in Reunion, is paying for all of the subsequent metro districts. After 25 years, rest assured, their roads are paid for, their infrastructure is paid for, but that $4 million is going to help, $3.3 million is going towards other districts to help pay their way as well. So that's where the complication arises. I can assure you that there isn't anybody on this panel or in this audience who is paying 98 mills on your property taxes. Commerce City's own mill, I was just trying to look up our property tax while I was at it so I could read these off. But what is Commerce City's mill levy?
2.68, thereabouts.
Okay, 2.68. So 98 mills is going directly to a metro district that is built out, that's finished. There's nothing more to do in that metro district. That seems onerous to me. It's not about paying taxes. We're more than happy to pay the taxes for library, fire, water, city, you name it. Everything that everybody else pays for, but the metro district taxes have turned out to be very challenging at best. And the problem is that these the developers can also create new debt, and that new debt then has to be paid out. When I went to a financial training meeting with given by our metro district, they talked about a new $50 million debt that they had only done 2 years earlier. So when the interest rates fell, there was no way to refinance because they had already done that 2 years earlier. So they keep expanding it. They keep expanding the debt that has to be repaid. That's the complication in some of these metro districts, and that's what we're trying to avoid, that if we could replicate what's done in other parts of Commerce City, then that's the best way to go. I would like to replicate what happens in other parts of Commerce City, where the taxes are as fair for Councilmember Teeter as they would be for me. That's what I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Well said, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know what more I can add to that. You pretty much put it where it's understandable, because so much of this information that I've been reviewing is way over my head. But I do know that metro districts are self-governed, and there's very little oversight. And when they can keep expanding the debt and expect to have that debt paid by the taxpayers, them not paying back their own debt, but to put it on the backs of the taxpayers, just does not seem to make sense to me at all. And so, with everything that's already been put in place, going forward, I think we need to look at an alternative. To me, this is, once again, the pot of gold at the end of the taxpayer rainbow. And somehow the taxpayers are losing out. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for putting it where I could understand it better. But I hate it when it seems like there's a lot of hocus pocus going on and somehow sleight of hand. Thank you.
Councilman Madera?
So I want to go back to the alternatives. I mean, I think I'm like everyone else. I hate paying taxes. I don't have children. I pay taxes for the school district. I don't write RTD and pay RTD taxes. So, I think fundamentally that's what it comes down to, right? Is people don't think that they're receiving the value of what that metro district is providing at the end of the day. And there's a inherent distrust between the metro districts and how they're being governed and the residents who live within those metro districts. And, I know we can't go back in time and rewrite those service plans for those metro districts. So we have to really turn our gaze forward and see what else we can do. I just want to understand the SIDs a little bit better. So it sounds like you don't have to have an election for an assessment, but you do if you take out debt within that SID. So how does that work if, we were to create an assessment in an SID? That's going to be going forward, right? So
That's correct.
So do you build up a fund balance and then expend that, or do you need to make the investment up front and then, use that assessment to recuperate cost?
So special assessments have to be paid back over 20 years under state law. So a property owner who's being imposed an assessment can either pay it all up front or they can pay it over 20 years. So the bonds that are issued, if you vote debt, you can pay it back, and they have provisions where if you get lump sums, you can use that to pay down the balance. But I think I think that they can. You just have those options as to what you pay back. But it isn't. It does have to be voted if it's the debt. But otherwise, you can just pay it back over time.
And if I may, I think one of the other practical scenarios that our staff has initially started talking about is as we know, development rolls out or develops over phases. Development may start with that voter approval of issuance of debt of 10 million, and they may have a project that has 500 units within that development. So, right, you're paying that over a 20-year period, but you're relying on that assessment of each one of those potential 500 residents to make that payment over 20 years. So the scenario then comes into play, while you may not have a general fund balance up front, what happens if development is delayed and you only see 100, 200, 300 of that 500 be developed? So there's going to be a higher burden on those in the initial phase and potentially those on the back end of that phase, because once again, not all 500 units are being built out at once. They're being phased typically as what we've seen here in Commerce City, right? We have filings of our developments. So not all of that development's occurring in one filing. It happens across multiple, whether it's 2, 3, 4, 11, or 27, or in some cases, even up to 36. So that is a scenario that we haven't really been able to dive into, but it is functionally an area of concern that we as staff have, because ultimately you then have to think about how to carry that assessment if that assessment isn't there day one when it needs to start being paid back.
It would need to be there. So you impose assessments and then you create a lien on the property. So immediately, if you issue the 10 million, you're going to have 10 million to pay it back, even if it's over the 20 years. So wherever the initial project is going to be, those people, and you can phase it still, but you'd have to kind of adjust the debt, the amount of the debt. But if the assessments aren't paid yearly, then there's a lien on the property, and it can be foreclosed on like a tax lien.
So it's basically like building the cost into the home, but kind of shifting the risk onto the homeowners in paying that in 20 years, right? As opposed to the risk being on the developer selling all these houses at this price that's going to recuperate that infrastructure cost.
Thank you. We're in a new order now, so
Okay.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Dukes?
Just piggyback on our last comment, Councilmember Madera, shifting the cost to the homeowners versus the developers with the risk of foreclosure, plus they're not able to use the assessment as a tax write-off. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What happens if we add more SIDs to the south part of Commerce City? Will their mills go up?
Theoretically, their mills should not go up because it's not a tax.
Okay.
It's going to be based off of the cost estimate from that engineer based on the improvements that those residents within that geographic area are going to benefit from.
So what costs will go up? If it's not mills, would it be an assessment on the residents that approve the SID? So there'll be a fee. Is it a fee that is, tell me, what's the part that?
It's an assessment, but it's a fee by another name. We have in our budget books that, you know, as I can think of dating back to possibly the early 2000s, we've had a handful of SIDs in our core city. We actually still, as of the 2023 ACFR, had 5 residents still paying in to one of those SIDs. But it's I believe in that aspect, and finance can correct me if I'm wrong, an annual assessment.
That the homeowner will pay an annual assessment that they can't write off, but there is an increase to some level of cost as a homeowner in that area based on the services that they're going to receive.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. And with the assessment, I just keep going back to not being able to write it off. That's a big part of being able to grow wealth, right? Being able to have some write-offs. And my concern would be if we apply that to the south part of the city, we won't help others be able to accumulate wealth because they can't write off the assessment even though they're improving some of the parts of the city. And that's a concern for me, especially when we think about the future of the city, knowing that, especially in the south part of the city, there's already challenges with affordability. I would hate to have a situation where they lose homes because there's a lien on a property that it gets foreclosed on, the whole area gets foreclosed on. That would be concerning for me.
What I would say is, thinking about this just slightly bit longer with what your last comment, you would hope that with the benefits that are being contemplated within an area, that are being constructed, right, roadway improvements, sidewalk improvements, things that those are typically being spent on to the benefit of those residents, ultimately will then help to increase the value of those homes. Now, obviously, that's right, with the value of your home going from what it was previously, that helps to work towards generational wealth. But at the same time, there's also then drawbacks from that increase in your property value that then, right, with even though that our mid levy has remained static to an extent, plus or minus 0.01 on any given year, there's still going to be an effect because your property is now gained value by 30, 50, 40,000 that you're then still having to contemplate as part of your taxes.
In addition to the assessment.
Correct.
The last question I have, it goes back to the capital stacks question. And you explained capital stacks as a portfolio of funding options, I'm paraphrasing, portfolio funding options that landowners, developers can use to actually develop something, a part of the land. I'm concerned if, as council, we start pulling out tools in that toolbox, it makes it maybe harder for a developer to say, or for a landowner or anyone who wants to build, we're tweaking the toolbox and saying, here's what you can use, here's what you can't use, based on the temperament at this time. Is that a safe assumption? In terms of, safe assumption is like we essentially, if we look at capital stacks and we start dictating what they can use and can't use, it may make it more difficult to want to build because we have more influence on that capital stacks.
I think that's fair. I think when we think about capital stack and the influence within private development, right, it's understanding what they have to demonstrate, right, whether it's an internal rate of return or return on the investment that they have to prove to those varying participating partners within that stack so that funds can then be turned over. If there's certain expectations of participation by local government, whether it's in the form of an SID or a metro district or a GID, and that's no longer on the table, then there's a risk associated with that. I can't speak to that specifically because, once again, I haven't seen their books or how their performance have come together, but that's generally what has been conveyed to me.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go back to the voter approval on SIDs. I want to be more specific here regarding the special improvement districts, right? If voter approval is required to issue more debt, is that voter approval specific to that land or that area that would be approving that debt? It wouldn't be necessarily all Commerce City residents, right?
I believe that's correct. I'll get some confirmation, but yes, I believe it's specific to just that area.
Copy that. So even if a existing developer has land currently and they only have, let's say, 20, 30 residents that are living there, those are the 20, 30 that have to vote for that approval, correct? For that debt increase.
Correct.
Copy that. And I think too, what Mayor Pro Tem said earlier too, just want you to know, and I found my tax information here for last year, $9,317.38 was what I spent. My North Range Metro District 1 tax was at 98.25, which equates out to $4,291.88. That's a 46% of what I pay in total is what actually went towards the North Range Metro District 1. Now, mind you, there is the NIGID at 8 mils. There's the City of Commerce City at 2.55. It's $111 there, $350 there. 27J bond. My kids are all grown, but I still pay into that, which equates to between close to $2,400 a year as well. Not a problem of paying those. 46% of my property taxes from last year went directly to North Range Metro District 1. And we have not much to really show for it at this point. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Piggybacking on what Councilmember Kim just was talking about, if you don't, I mean, the taxes are still going to be there, whether it's a special district or a metro district, is it? Or will it just, they're just changing the name and calling it an assessment?
So a special improvement district is not a taxing, it's not a separate political subdivision like a metro district or a GID. So that's why it's an assessment and not a tax. So once again, your assessment is going to be for a defined period of time. That mill levy is going to be there depending on the length of that unless it is retired. So you could have a mill levy for 30 to 40 years, or even longer depending on the issuance of debt. For an example, the GID we were talking about has an ability to issue up to $2 billion worth of debt for various improvements. So theoretically, let's say you issue $1 billion worth of debt, there's an extended period of time you would anticipate for that all to be paid off. Whereas when you're thinking about a very small specific geographic area in an SID and a curated dollar amount based off of an engineer's cost estimate and drawing, you now know for a 20-year period that that's the amount that you're going to have to pay as a resident going into that development to then retire that debt. And then theoretically, what you would only have are the mills that are subject to the city, the county, and the other special taxing entities.
So as a citizen, if I vote no, I don't want no more debt, then the contract that the district has with the city to finish their development, and they're asking for more money to finish that development, the development just stops all future development because the voters just voted it down. Is that the way that works?
So, that's an interesting scenario that if not all of the debt, using the round number, not all of that 10 million was voted on in the initial phase of that development, and it was broken into 5 and 5, and right, that 5 helped the first 1 to 2 phases, and then after those 1 to 2 phases, that they wanted to issue additional debt to get phases 3 and 4 done, and they say no. That's an interesting scenario that, like I said, we haven't explored, but it's something that we would have to if that's the route council wanted to go down.
It looks to me like we're going to have a lot of half-finished developments, possibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Commerce City managed to develop half of Commerce City before metro districts came around. I would still like to get the information on River Run, how River Run was able to be developed. It even has a city park. I was just there for a fabulous Music in the Park. And that's not paid for by the residents as it is in some of these metro districts. So I would like to have that information. And on Saturday, the city council spent its Saturday talking about process and civility and all of that kind of stuff for moving forward together. And one of the things we discussed during those several hours together was having a Saturday to talk about development. Because I think there's a lot of things that we can agree on, and probably some things we're not going to agree on. We can know what those are as we're going forward. So during admin council business, I'm going to make a motion for a Saturday devoted to this kind of topic. We can educate each other here during this meeting tonight, or we can do it on a Saturday during development, having a development discussion. We need to know what it is that we're talking about going forward in Commerce City, what we want to see in terms of development. We can certainly have homes that are built because there are investors who invest in Commerce City and choose to make investments. And from that, it's the same method that used to be done in the past and is still done in many states and still done in parts of Colorado as well. Not all neighborhoods in Colorado are made via Metro District, but some are. So I think it's important that we're all on the same page information-wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
I really appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's work, especially for consumer protections for these type of, in my opinion, predatory districts. They kind of strong arm us when it comes to commercialization, and they're strong arming our taxpayers. I would like to have that type of meeting, honestly, because it sounds like it's also going to take a state legislator or state law across the entire state to address metro districts at this capacity, because it feels like they can overinflate their debt at a time when they're not phasing in any type of benefit to the community. And there's no, frankly, retribution. There's no oversight that we can do anything until it's too late. And that is exactly why I even do what I do, why we create disproportionately impacted communities. This is a tool for gentrification. And if we are going to look at things with an equity lens, we need to really learn from mistakes of the past that's driving out and displacing communities. Because I am concerned to hear that there's a 46%, not just for Councilmember Kim, who can afford it, but for those that aren't here who can't. So I would like to see if there can be some type of our own equity analysis assessments and seeing what that looks like financially, and then going forward and maybe taking some real action as a city with the county to bring up something to state legislature.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford, did you have anything?
You know, I'm taking a lot of this in because some interesting discussion. I was here when the mayor at the time did reunions, First Metro District. It was Mayor Casey Hayes. I believe Councilmember Teeter was also here. But we did do quite a few SIDs. And the way the SIDs, and staff can stop me if they think I am wrong, but the way I remember the SIDs working, one in particular, which is a good explanation, is Fairfax neighborhood. We did Fairfax Drive, and it was to put in curb gutter, sidewalk, and new storm sewer. The way that was assessed was based on front footage. So if somebody had 150 feet of property that faced the street, they paid based on that footage. If somebody had 30, they paid based on that footage. And it was voted on by the people along Fairfax to allow for that to happen. And then that debt ends up being retired in that manner. I know that when Tabor took effect, it did play a role on what you could do from a financing perspective for metro districts. And that's why a lot of the state, most communities went to a metro district scenario because it was a financing tool that was allowed within how Tabor works. My understanding on River Run, the homes cost a little more on the front end because the developer paid for the infrastructure on the front end, and therefore there was not a metro district set. However, in River Run, we also have HOA parks that were paid for by the HOA because we don't have a metro district. They were still not city parks. And so up north, you have the similar scenario like in Reunion. You have parks that are city-owned parks, and you have Metro District parks. Well, in River Run, we have HOA parks, and our HOA dues are not very much. And I don't wish anybody to have any additional debt, but my understanding of Reunion was a master plan community at the time, and they were putting in rec centers and swimming pools and other amenities that a lot of the other developments within Commerce City did not get. And that is my understanding why the debt is more. Not that it shouldn't be paid down quicker, not that developers shouldn't be accountable, but it was a financing mechanism. And from my understanding, it is still the most preferred financing mechanism of the state of Colorado because of lack of financing options. That's all I've got.
Thank you. All right, many council members have spoke and many have had second and third rounds to speak. Now I'm going to ask some questions here. Now, basically, when SID and you're the owner of the property, you're the voter, correct? So when you go out and assess $10 million and you're gonna build 500 homes, you have set it up to have those 500 homes have a $20,000 lot premium. So you go ahead, you get the $10 million, you build your infrastructure for 500 lots. They haven't been built yet, but now you have a paper layout of lots that now you're going to go out and get buyers. So you can say, hey, well, we're not going to build until all these lots are bought, or we're going to start construction here on these 100 lots. So by the time, if you do the advertising about your area, you put out of $10 million, you're putting in a community pool or potential maybe a rec center. You get people's attention, so they'll only be there. So that $20 per lot is now in their property. So they get to write it off now because it's part value of their home. Is that correct? Okay, well, I'm just saying that's to me, you're paying a premium, so that's your $20,000. So it goes into the price of the home. So basically, that's going to help that developer. Also, those 500 homes are built out or starting to build. Now they're starting the second phase of their development. Another 500 homes, same thing, 20,000. Now it went from 20,000 now to 25,000. So now, just to pay up front. So now they really have something going here. So I think with a combination of SID and GID, if it's done right, you don't need a metro district. I think it's been overused. And the matter of fact, they have used other tools in the process, the MLIPA, to actually create and make sure they have the right amount of financing, because they feel that to do MLIPA, if their financial situation looks like it's not going to be good for the next 2 years, they can go ahead and increase that MLIPA because the state gave them that tool. And that's being used. It's being abused. So I'm looking at the policy direction. Staff requires policy direction from council. Bring back an ordinance to repeal the moratorium. I would like to make a motion not to bring this back to repeal the moratorium, but actually do away with metro districts and go forward with another financial tools, because they're out there. We didn't hear about River Run Howell's process, but I'm pretty sure it was done in a way where people were purchasing lots, and then you had lots where there's a premium. So they paid more. So that's my motion, is to not bring forward the repeal of the moratorium, but to instruct staff, or city manager, to come back with not going forward with metro districts and looking at other forms of financing.
So Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, I don't think that the body can do away with metro districts, meaning it's allowable under state law. I think that is why we have a moratorium currently in place, and in order to extend a moratorium, for example, there needs to be clarification as to why that moratorium is needed. For example, a need to identify alternative options, a reason to look at what is currently working or is not working within the city. But I do not think that it is legal to have an outright ban on metro districts.
I believe you can. I believe you can ban metro districts. Boulder, they haven't even gone forward using metro districts. They're not being forced to use them. It's a municipality's decision to go forward with metro districts. We can stop that anytime.
Understood. I am happy to do additional research and get back to you. I just wanted to clarify that since there was a motion on the floor.
Okay. So, okay, just clarification. So I made a motion. So should we wait for you to find out? I mean, no, it's not going to be tonight. How can this be addressed?
It's a fair question. There is a moratorium currently in place, so there's no action formally needed this evening. If you would allow me the opportunity to reach out to our outside counsel and get confirmation, we can get that to you in writing.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. All right. The council members have any questions? Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure I understand this. Mr. Tolbert, is there still a need for some form of direction?
I mean, I think as the city attorney said, that there's a moratorium in place. If you want us to go a different direction to do more research or whatever, yes, sir, I think that would be appropriate. Come back to you, but I'm not sure Mr. Rogers may go further on that.
So I will try to say this plain spoken. We have done what was asked of council based on the motion and the direction. There is no further task for us to undertake as of today, unless there's further direction from this body on wanting to do additional research with respect to whether it's SIDs, GIDs, additional metro district. But I would say, without any further guidance from the body, we will be tabling the matter and refocusing our priorities on other items until said response from the city attorney's office, which then gives you all additional guidance. But we will be focusing other matters after tonight.
Okay, thank you. So I think my request, not making a motion here, but I think based on the recommendations that you have laid out within the last slide, as far as being able to do a thorough research on SIDs, GIDs, that would be something I would request. So I don't know if you need a motion for that, or is that just more of a general consensus, direction?
I would prefer a motion. That way it is clear for me and my staff to move forward with. Once again, given that we're in a regular meeting, consensus is a vote here. But given the effort that this will require of our staff, this will help us prioritize with respect to the other items that we're also currently working on through that motion.
Copy that. And should that motion be taking place during the administrative council business then?
I believe, as I've spoken with the city attorney, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we can entertain a motion at any time during the meeting, but it's probably more appropriate.
That's correct. You could make the motion now, or you could make it an administrative business, which is, I think, traditionally been the case.
Copy that. So I think I'll just throw it out there. I think my motion is to request for city staff to explore additional onset of GIDs, SIDs, and to come back to present back to council, preferably at a study session. That is my motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that. Councilmember Kim, could that also include information on the areas in Commerce City that had other methods of investment?
Mr. Rogers.
I've been meaning to share this, and I do appreciate where the Mayor Pro Tem is coming with a request. I just want to be very clear, we may not be able to get that information as that may be privately held. And/or if whether or not that developer is still actually in existence to be able to make that request. And once again, I don't know if they'll be willing to share that. But I just want that to be clear that we may come away with some information, we may not, once we kind of go back out there, just for full transparency.
That's fine. I mean,
That's fine, as long as it could be exhausted potentially to take a
right.
look at. If they cannot, if they will not, then I would say that, make sure that is noted. Mr. Rogers?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I got a motion and a second, and that motion is, repeat that again, please, because you were talking and.
Motion is to request for city staff to go back and do further research on SIDs, GIDs, and also include, include how other areas within Commerce City has been able to develop without the use of a metro district. And if that information is considered privately held and it will not be shared, to please annotate that.
All right, thank you. Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Take a roll call vote.
Give me just one moment, Mayor.
Yep.
Your vote is open.
And we have that discussion, point of order, discussion on that topic, on the motion?
No.
Yes, you should have an opportunity for discussion on the motion.
Well, that wasn't, no button was pushed, and so, and I asked for the vote before that, so. But I can ask, we can have discussion. Councilmember Dukes?
Sorry, point of order. The question I have, or the conversation I have around this is just a concern. We spent the logic of going from having an audit to looking at other funds of other ways to fund the city. This is a presentation that we've had multiple times over the last 5 years, and I'm concerned of the amount of effort that in financial costs that we're having our city staff go through to continue to look at this singular topic while we're not focusing on other parts of the city. And that bothers me because there's places where we talked about potholes, we talked about ATVs, we talked about a number of things, and we only have so much bandwidth on a city staff to do everything we need. And I want to be able to focus a little bit more on all parts of the city while we don't continue to exhaust this conversation if we don't, and it's not Councilmember Kim's motion of that. It's more of like we've had a lot of discussions on this topic and prior to me, and it's what's enough? What will be enough after we look at that? So for that, I'll be voting no on this, and I'm concerned around just, it's not enough. We already have a conversation around banning moratoriums in general, so it just feels like it's just not enough information in general.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera?
So this question is probably for staff, maybe bond counsel. How is this motion different than the presentation that we just received? I think, kind of piggybacking off the prior comment, is we spent years retooling our service plan, hearing this conversation multiple times, and to me, the motion seems like we're just going into what we just talked about today.
So I'll speak about it from a policy perspective. Obviously, we have rails for how and if a financing mechanism of metro districts want to be used and how for those to be regulated. Currently, we do not have a policy as it relates to how special improvement districts would be requested by greenfield developers or elsewise. What criteria would we evaluate? Working with our financial advisors and our bond counsel to understand some of the potential implications to the city as it pertains to ensure that we have structure so that, right, we don't get too far out over our skis in that respect. What a potential structure would look like, and how to bring those forward for consideration to the council. And that's just me thinking off the top of where this direction would go, is to really create that framework that currently is lacking here at the city, so that once again, unintended, right, we don't have those unintended consequences of what we've heard from council and from the community about metro districts, right? And making sure that we actually have the resources to properly manage that as well, because there's an
Will we be
impact.
doing this in-house, or will we be working with outside specialists?
There'd be a hybrid. We'd have consultants, but also there's always going to be some tax on staff pertaining to these items, because at some point in time, those consultants are going to have to step away and walk away, and we are going to have to pick that up. So for the foreseeable future, it would be a mix of working with those experts that we've brought here tonight and continuing, and how we've used them in the past for other aspects, and how we would have to carry that forward.
Because, I always struggle voting for items that we don't know how much it's going to cost the city. I think those motions are a little bit cavalier in that we should always be prudent financially, right? And I have a motion that's coming up during notice council business, kind of addressing this and making sure that we have funding mechanisms for this type of work, so that we can, close the loopholes and do this. So without that being in place just yet, I struggle to support this, because we don't know how much it's going to cost the city. And, this whole discussion is about people paying for things that they don't want to pay for. And, my community, we don't have metro districts. We have potholes, we have trucks that we hear about day in and day out, and this isn't going to be something that is going to better my community, but it's going to be something that my community pays for, with those trucks that are causing the nuisance, that are paying the taxes to, hire the specialists and do this work.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. First of all, I completely agree with Councilmember Dukes. We don't have enough information, which is why I supported this motion. Thank you. I would also like to point out that Ward 1 includes metro districts, including Bell Creek and Dunes Park, and for example. There are 40,000 people at least in Commerce City who live in metro districts. And earlier I was talking about us all having the same information so we can make decisions based on all sharing the same information. And I want to make it clear that metro districts do not fix potholes. The city does. Metro districts do not do that. The roads are transferred to the city once that point is met, which is very early on in the process. So metro districts don't pay any of that. And I ask the person with Hilltop if we had actually looked at the service plans to see if our metro districts were performing some of the duties that they are supposed to perform. For example, in the service plan for Reunion, it says mosquito control, but I don't get mosquito control assistance from the metro district that comes from Adams County. So this is not anything that is intended to slight anyone. And I want Ms. Valdez, who is still here in the back of the room, God bless her, that she is not going to be slighted in this process. We can run two We can run parallel tracks in this city in order to work with all parts of our community, and pitting areas against each other is not beneficial for us. We are trying to do everything we can for everyone, and that's why we've been working on this so diligently. We finally came up with something that might be an alternative, and I might add, it was a developer who suggested that we look into improvement districts. The developer had wanted a metro district, but he said, if I don't have to pay the infrastructure, then I don't need a metro district. And he said to me over coffee that a general improvement district or a special improvement district could be an alternative. So I'm moving forward with it. I'm working off of the information that I was given by a developer several months ago. And I'm happy to continue the moratorium because that's going to be the only way to be able to get the answers that we need and be sure that we have all the information to make proper decisions because of the unintended consequences that other council members should be cognizant of. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more discussion. Okay, we have motion and a second on the floor. Go take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. All right. Okay, thank you. On to the next item. Notice the council business independent commission to review oversee metro districts. I invite Councilmember Madera to introduce this item and make a motion.
Yeah, this goes hand in hand with the work that we just discussed with the audit to review metro districts to make sure that they're in compliance with their service plan and to have a independent body that, doesn't have politics involved to oversees this work, basically codifying the process to make sure that annually all these metro districts are being reviewed. There's someone from our community that's reviewing the work and reporting to council of any negative findings. So with that, I would like to make the motion directing staff to draft a resolution creating an independent commission with no council members composed of 9 citizens with equal representation, 2 from each ward, and 1 at-large citizen to oversee and review metro district activity and report to the city council any findings. The commission will work with city staff to engage outside professionals, perform audits of all metro districts within Commerce city limits. Professional service fees will be funded through the annual oversight fee that is charged to all metropolitan districts pursuant to the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code.
Okay, that's a motion on the floor. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay, we have first and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chacon?
I'd be interested to have this more proportional to those that live in metro districts. So if you have more metro districts, you should have more representatives in that space. It shouldn't be that type of equitable because it's not equitable. It's not everyone has the same type of metro district. So an amendment to address that. And how are they going to make this also for community, legible for community? How is this going to, information going to be accessible to community that can actually be legible and be used?
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. What's really interesting about the process, and I really appreciate Council Member Dukes mentioning that we've been working on it for 5 years. It's not technically 5 years. It's actually since February of 2020, when I made a motion to direct staff to draft a resolution to create a Metro District Commission.
Point of information. Can I get a point of information? Can I have, in the memo of city staff, it said 5 years. Can we get the clarification of why it says 5 years?
bear with me, sir, going back through our timeline. And make sure I'm looking at the correct place that you're looking at, sir. In which memorandum are you talking about 5 years?
What I noted was in Jim's, or the memorandum from John around the history of the background of this research on the Metro District.
Mr. Rogers, it's in the Metro District Regional Comparison Memo.
Thank you. If you'll allow me to review some former presentations that were made to council, I know we had a more specific timeline that may be able to dial that in. He may have been speaking towards that previous representation to council.
But I think, thank you, and I think, Dylan, you answered the question. It was a reference in the documents that were received that it was 5 years based on documents. So that covers the point of information. Thank you.
Pro Tem, you proceed.
Yes, City Clerk, could you tell me what page?
It's on the first page under the second header titled Background. I believe it's in the
So it's not from Jim Tolbert to City Council?
It's, yes, from Jim Tolbert. Go back up, Brittany, under Background. So after executive
in
summary-
response, it says specifically, Councilmember Dukes, in response, staff has spent
Point of order.
the past 5 years developing regulations in conjunction with council to allay these concerns.
Just point of order. When we do a point of information, it's to obtain information from the professionals that have provided it, not to give it from the council dais.
Next time, Councilmember Dukes, I'll have the city clerk read aloud what I just read.
Point of
aloud.
order, I'd like to call CP2B4 that states council members will have respect for one another. That is all.
As I was saying, in February of 2020, I directed staff to draft a resolution to create a Metro District Commission. That motion failed. Only 2 of us on the city council voted for it. And the reason I'm making this point is that cobbling together support for things like changing regulations, et cetera, take a great deal of time. Just as that it was only 2 weeks for City Manager Rogers to have a motion from us to meet with the different agencies and do a tour of various road concerns around the area. It could take a while. So working together as council members until we reach a majority takes a bit of time. Takes a bit of time. And we had a vote on the regulations that actually passed. We had a vote on the moratorium that actually passed. These are important steps that we take. Now we have asked for something new, which is, what if there's an alternative? What if there's government improvement districts or special improvement, general improvement districts or special improvement districts that we can employ instead? And I think that's what we're working on right now. I support Councilmember Chacon's request for proportional representation on the Metro District Commission that Councilmember Madera and seconded by Councilmember Dukes are proposing. It makes perfect sense that it is proportional to the number of metro districts within your ward. And I will be making, I could make that, should I make that right now? Okay. That membership, my motion, my amendment is that membership on the commission be proportional to the number of metro districts in each ward. That is a friendly amendment. Do you accept that amendment, Councilmember Madera?
I do not.
All right, then in that case, we take a vote, is my understanding, when it becomes seen as an unfriendly amendment.
Yeah, so the motion on the floor is to make an amendment to the primary motion. The motion to amend is to have, more equal representation for the wards with metro districts,
Proportional.
proportional. And is there a second to the motion to amend?
I can second.
Councilmember
Sorry, second.
Chacon. So we have a motion and a second on the floor now. We have to vote on that first.
Correct. The motion on the floor is the motion to amend the primary motion. It is Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Okay.
Correct.
But don't we have to vote on the first one? Or
You do not.
so we're taking-
What you are currently voting on is the motion to amend the primary motion. And then we would go back to the primary motion, and it's either going to be, you're
Okay.
looking at it as amended or not.
All right. Okay, City Clerk, could you, I'll ask for
Discussion? Can we have discussion?
Yeah, sure. Councilmember Dare?
You know, I worked with the city attorney to write this and make it as fair, as equitable as possible. And if we do pass this amendment to do proportional, you're basically redlining the communities down south, that you don't want them to participate in this process. And the whole purpose of this is to take politics and appoint people based off of qualifications equally throughout the city, so there is no bias one way or another. And, you know, if this passes, I won't be supporting my own motion for this commission, so we would be essentially killing the motion on the floor.
Councilmember Dukes?
This amendment would basically remove representation from two parts of the city, Ward 1 and Ward 2. And that goes against the goal for this. The goal is to provide opportunities for inclusive discussion about city matters that impact the full city as a whole. It's to create opportunities for input, transparency, as well as provide community feedback from everyone in the community. This amendment would pull the heart of that and only allow the representation from one part of the city to have an overwhelming voice for something that is metro districts are across our city and will have one voice. It will hurt those who don't have the loudest voice and potentially take members from other parts of our city off of this opportunity. And for that, I can't support that amendment.
Councilmember Chacon?
I think it'd be of note to be, we didn't redline these communities, metro districts did. So I find it interesting that if we're gonna talk about equity, it has to be proper representation, because that's what equity is. If you have more metro districts in a certain space, then you need to have more representatives proportional to those metro districts in that space. That's what equity is. So we're not asking to remove any other words, we're asking to have a more proportional representation of those that are in those metro districts actually represented to be able to actually do something in those metro districts. So just to highlight and note, it's not meant to sabotage, it's meant to highlight actual equitable analysis.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question to the motion makers. What's the, I agree with what you guys are asking for, but my question, I think, comes more down to what is the requirements for those that would serve on that independent commission? What would that look like? I guess that's what I'm trying to, like, if we were to play this out, what would that actually look like? What are those requirements? I mean, how do they meet those requirements? If you're talking 2 from each ward, are we talking just, just anybody, or is it someone with knowledge? I'm
Councilmember
genuinely
Garrett,
trying to understand that.
Would you like to
that's
answer
all.
that question?
So to clarify, the motion is to write the resolution. So this will come back to the full council in writing with those specifics outlined. But currently, the only criteria would be that they live in the city and that it's equal representation from each ward, right? Because nearly, 90% of wards 1 and 2 are minority, where that isn't the case up north. And, we use redlining a little liberally and incorrectly sometimes. It is about race. It's not about metro districts. It's where people are forced to live. And that's one of the beautiful things about our city, right, is the diversity. But essentially saying that because you live in this part of the city that only has 2 or 3 metro districts, you can't serve on the board because, we're going to do partial members. So the only criteria currently is equal representation from all the wards and that they're Commerce City residents. The board and commission obviously interviews all the commission members, so they'll be appointed. And I hope that the board and commission appoints based off of their qualifications and picks the best commissioners.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chacon, for articulating so well the issue. I really do appreciate it. And I do want to make a reminder that there are metro districts in Ward 1. There is also a metro district in South Commerce City, so it wouldn't eliminate anyone. This is, it's for me, it's also information. We can all attend any meeting we choose to. That's the way it works in Commerce City. So I will continue to support the motion that I made, which was a great suggestion of Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you. I have a question for staff and the council here that came to talk about the metro districts. Do we currently charge a professional fee to all the metro districts?
There is currently no standing fee in what we charge for metro districts. We charge for the formation of any new metro district or an amendment thereto.
Okay. So my understanding is if we impose a fee, it would have to be where a new metro district was formed to include that in their service plan. Is that correct?
So just for clarification, there is language in existing law in the CCRMC that allows for an annual oversight fee to be charged on metro districts.
Okay.
So there's a difference as to whether we're charging that and whether it's legally allowable, and it is legally allowable.
All right.
That's
Have we charged that fee in the last 24 years?
We have, so that fee was adopted in November of last year. So it is a rather new codified piece of law about the annual oversight. We have not taken any actions to establishing that fee because I just honestly speaking, it got wrapped up in with where our direction and our focus was looking towards to that point with the Metro District audit. I would say we would have to look at the establishment of that fee based on our existing metro districts and how that would be recouped to help fund this independent commission if that so went forward today.
Right. Yes, this is hard because now you're charging a fee to metro districts that are already burdened with increased mill levies. And then we're gonna charge them a fee. The homeowners are gonna pay that because that's gonna be assessed on them to pay that additional fee for metro districts. So any more discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you, Mayor. That's actually, that is a really, that is a really good point. And when I and then Councilmember Alan Thomas moved this forward, or tried to move it forward in February of 2020, the idea was that we would come up with best practices in other communities and that would help us do metro district regulations. So I'm not even completely certain from the description what this commission would intend to do. What would you want its outcomes to be? Councilmember Madera?
Councilmember Derrick, you want to answer that question? Thank you.
Yeah, so the whole point of this commission is to move the review out of staff's hand, out of council's hand, have an independent body, right? That's why I don't want the board stacked, because that inherently adds bias to the commission, which is contrary to the whole purpose of this body. But basically what would be happening is they would be presenting the audit that we were just presented on an annual basis. So all metro districts are going to be reviewed annually. We have a process in place for an independent body to review those audit findings and report back to us those findings. And that gives us a layer of separation, make sure that every year metro districts are being audited by the city and that they're in compliance with their service plan. It's basically what we just did, but now you have a fair process every single year that you know is going to get done, and you have the commission reviewing the findings, so you lift the burden off of staff. And then now you have this going on indefinitely, so this still works when this council is gone.
Then in that case, I don't know that I can actually support the commission because the expertise that went into pulling this audit together is a level of accounting that most residents, or not many residents, let's put it that way, of Commerce City will have, no matter what ward they live in, no matter whether they live in a metro district or not. They know the impacts, perhaps, in certain areas, but to go through each of these and decipher in the same way that we just received this material is going to be quite difficult to do. We had talked before as a city council, not in this iteration, about actually having a staff person assigned to metro districts. And I know in Mayor Douglas's council, they had asked for the same thing, and I believe the budget even included it at one point, but we've never had that come to pass. I would like to see the audits continue. I'm glad we have a great baseline, but I do think it requires a level of expertise that we can't expect of our residents.
So may I ask, would you like to remove your amendment?
No, I'll keep my amendment.
Okay. All right.
My speaking button's stuck.
So do I have to
Request to speak.
Okay, so you just spoke and then Mayor Pro Tem spoke.
Well, I was answering Mayor Pro Tem's question that was directed at
Okay.
me.
All right, well, I'll put you in the queue. Councilmember Chacon, and then you're next.
I have a couple quick questions too, because that's incredibly concerning. We're asking our constituency to do the city's job, which to some degree, though I do want to alleviate the city staff from having exorbitant amount of work, this is their job. They're supposed to be able to have that type of analysis and expertise in a way that I don't think our constituency is prepared for. So that being said, is this going to be paid positions? How much are they going to be educated in the same exact context so that they can be given that type of expertise? I feel like we're asking a lot of our constituency without, again, the background and the context to oversee on something that's fine if we don't want to do it along political lines, but it still has a level of expertise that we can't just ignore. So will it be paid positions?
Councilmember Dara?
And the way you guys talk about our citizens is almost offensive. We had public comment by an attorney just earlier. You know plenty of accountants that live within the city that are more than qualified to perform this analysis. And as a commission, this would be their sole purpose, to be trained in evaluating this work, in asking the questions of professionals. They're not doing the audit themselves. They are working with city staff. City staff is gonna help them contract professionals in the industry, whether it be accountants, attorneys, and they're gonna get the presentation that we got today that you're saying no one can understand but this council, which the commission is gonna be made up exactly the same number of citizens as are on this council, and they're going to be handpicked by the boards and commission, which 3 of you are on, and personally pick all those commission members. My sole purpose is just to make sure that it's equal representation throughout the city. I mean, if you look currently at the composition of the board, right, we have 2 people exactly that live south of 88th on the board. And that's exactly what I don't want to happen, is just like what's happened with everything else, right? I want Ms. Valdez to be able to serve on that board if she wishes to run. And so I don't like the idea of stacking the board just to stack it, because at the end of the day, their job is to be non-partial and give us the facts.
You didn't answer my question, though. Will these be paid positions for a commission? And 2, as a point of order, I highlight that council members don't speak for other council members by their prejudice or assumptions of prejudice. I'm not saying our constituency can't handle it. I'm already saying that they're a disproportionately impacted community, and we're asking more of them, which is an overdue burden. And to some degree, city staff with their expertise and paid positions being able to have that background in education, we need to be able to still offer that accessibility to context, education, and financial reports in the same positions that these staff already have. Our constituency now needs to have that same context to be able to rule with that type of decision-making to the level that it's going to impact, you're right, all of our community. So I don't think less of our community, so please don't project as a point of order.
Sorry, I
But 2,
was
will they be
speaking
paid?
for my time. I wasn't responding to your question.
Councilmember Dara, you can continue.
She just interrupted me and took my time.
Councilmember Dara, you can continue. Go ahead.
So I was just speaking on my own accord. I wasn't responding to your question. I didn't even hear your question, to be honest with you. I'm a little bit hard of hearing, so if you
Will
can
these be
speak
paid
to the mic.
Sorry.
Councilmember Chacon, please don't interrupt.
But basically, what I'm hearing is we don't want to fix the problem. We want things to happen just like they've been happening, where these reports that get submitted to the state don't get the level of attention that they deserve. And we want to keep adding more work for staff and having the entire city pay for it, even those that are going to receive no benefit, right? That aren't served by metro districts, that this work does not benefit them directly, which is predominantly our disproportionately impacted community. That's who we're asking to pay for this. So this commission was brought forward to be self-funding, so it's not adding extra burden on the city, to be fair and equitable in its composition, and to make sure that there's oversight on metro districts. And apparently that's a terrible thing.
All right, I'm going to close this debate, and we're going to vote on a motion to amend the primary motion.
This is the vote on the motion to amend, and your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that doesn't pass, 4-5. All right, we'll go back to the first motion. There's a first and a second on the floor. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
When I think about this independent commission, I just want to reiterate Councilman Madera's points and the reason why I decided to be a second on it. One is consistency over the Metro District audit. Consistency in the sense that this is an audit that will take place every year. Transparency from the community, so they're involved and aware of what's taking place across the city. And representation, equal representation, so voices are heard for the city, representation across the city. When I think about those big buckets, I see it hard not to agree with this opportunity. Now, I know the details will get fleshed out, because remember, this is a part of just the start of the ordinance, the start of the discussion. There will be edits and changes and opportunities. It's hard for me not to support this when you think about those factors. Consistency, transparency, and an equal representation so everyone has a voice in our community.
Any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I am trying to wrap my mind around the idea of not having staff do this. We have asked for staff assigned to metro districts previously. What is the reason for not having staff simply do it? If one of the motion makers could address that?
Councilmember Dare?
Yeah, staff didn't conduct this audit that was presented to us earlier. They contracted professionals to do the actual review of all the mill levies, the service plans, and to make sure that everyone was in compliance. And so that's the purpose here, is to make sure the people that are qualified in doing this work are the ones that are conducting the audit, and that there's community oversight on their work to make sure that these metro districts are in compliance.
On that basis, I would like the city council to have the oversight, just as we did this evening. If we're still hiring the same consultants and coming to conclusions based upon the audit, then I'm not certain why there is another layer to be looking at these audits. It seems like the annual audit should come to the city council annually.
City Manager Rogers, did you have a question?
I do have a question whether right now is appropriate or not for it, but since you called on me, Mayor, the question revolves around, there's been this discussion if this does move forward, whether it is commission or council or however you all choose. The thing that I would also ask you all to clarify for my staff to bring back to you all is, how do you want to fund this, right? There's discussion of using the annual oversight fee. There's been discussion of not using the annual oversight fee. There are obviously budgetary implications that, based off of your discussion, that I need to be able to take back with my team to be able then to deliver. So I only ask for you all as part of this consideration not to lose sight of that, so that we can then work internally on capturing, which is another critical piece to this discussion.
Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Dukes?
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to add language that says this oversight committee will provide an update or just trying to piggyback on what Mayor Pro Tem said around providing an annual update to city council for review of the findings of an audit.
That's already in the motion.
The other question I have in here is it says city staff will engage outside professionals, so city staff will still be involved. Is that correct?
As I understand it, yes, because we are the ones, regardless of any boards and commission, we have to run it through a procurement process. And with policy that is established, we have to follow that. And that's where our expertise and guidance in helping that commission, as we do with any board and commission now, would be best suited.
Any other discussion? You know, my issue with this is, I've served in the Metro District for a number of years, and as a homeowner, you know, I did my homework and I understood what was going on. Majority of people who live in those areas, they don't have time for, that's why we have Metro District boards, and as far as audits go, you really have to have a level of education to understand the financial impact Metro District have, the loopholes. There's a lot of different things you have to know in order to be part of this commission. So I would not be supporting this. Seeing no others,
Mayor, may I make a clarification?
sure.
Sorry, I feel like this is very important. So the motion as it was written does not, as I read it, require an annual report. I just want to make sure the body, I think there was a question to that. I'm going to take that as a point of information. There is language about the requirement of it being funded through the annual oversight fee. Just clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can
Councilmember Dukes?
I bring back, so I'd like to bring back the friendly amendment to say annual report.
I'm agreeable.
All right. Okay, see no others, I'm going to close this debate and take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5 and 4 noes. All right, next one, let's see. Costs associated with Metro District audit, alternate funding methods. Invite Councilmember Madera to introduce this item and make a motion.
Yeah, so this would be to satisfy that funding requirement of the last motion, and essentially would just have staff conduct a study of what the costs associated with these audits and professional service fees. As we know, the audit that we just undertook cost well into the 6 figures, I believe. And, you know, that's money that the taxpayers, you know, paid for the entire city. So this is just to make sure that we do an assessment. That way we know what to set that fee. So my motion is for the city manager and city attorney to collaborate on creating a fiscal impact report detailing the financial costs associated with conducting additional Metro District audits and research to explore alternative funding methods for future infrastructure projects. This report should encompass various expenses such as the cumulative retainer costs for outside legal counsel and the cumulative salary and benefits of city employees involved in this research effort. This report should begin December 1st, 2023, and conclude when the alternative framework is presented for funding infrastructure.
That's a motion. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion is made and second. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Your motion to create an independent commission to review and oversee metro districts was approved without regard to costs. So what is this? Is this designed, I'm not certain what this is designed to do. And for City Manager Rogers, my understanding was, my recollection, was that we received the budget amount and we approved a budget amount for the audit that was just conducted.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard someone just use a six-figure. Did it go to six-figure?
What we contracted was for 60,000, ma'am.
60,000, not six figures.
No, ma'am, 60,000 was for both outside legal counsel as well as our financial advisor to bring the report before you tonight.
Okay, and the city council did approve that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So if you're doing costs associated with a Metro District audit, and yet you just approved an independent commission to review and oversee Metro District's audits, did we do this in the wrong order? Councilmember Madera? Councilmember Madera?
City Manager, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify, the motion that was approved a moment ago did not create an independent task force. It was a motion directing city staff to draft a resolution for that creation, so that resolution would still need to come to the body for approval.
Ah, so that could fail in the future. I see what the problem is here. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
So looking at this motion, as a co-sponsor and my understanding of it, this is an opportunity to look at the cumulative costs it takes to look for and create audits and create other documents around metro districts. This includes the meetings that is taking place with the city attorney, city staff. This includes the infrastructure projects. It just takes time. It takes time and money. And again, we think about transparency for our public and for our community. This is important to know the baseline for which we start at in terms of if there's additional, because if there's additional costs, if there's an additional motion, if there's additional add-ons, it's just like a bumper sticker on a car, right? It's a car sticker. There's built-in additional things to that. And so this is a baseline to find out what's the true cost, accumulating all this, and then from there, hopefully, we can decrease that cost. So the audit itself with the contractors and working with consultant is a piece of that. But the other part of it is the employees, city employees, leadership team meeting, talking through stuff so we can have a baseline for the community. So again, it's hard for me not to support this when I think about transparency. I think about fiscal oversight as our primary concern as a city council. And then I think about the idea of being able to improve, right? If we have a baseline and we think about how we can start with the baseline and decrease the cost while having strong results, this is a perfect example of doing that. The start date starting in December is really after we already approved the Metro District, or the prior council already approved the Metro District regulations. And so I'm curious, and this is creating a container for, after that was approved, how much more do we continue to spend to try to figure out other methods? Again, it's a baseline. When you use data, this is a place to use data as a starting point. And then we can be able to pull back and continue to get better as a city so that we can make informed decisions. The other piece that this will do is give us a clear way to say, here's the direction we want to go forward with based on cost, but also be cautious around the motions in the future, making sure we have awareness of how much it's going to cost.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. Take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-3. Okay, next, let's see, joint meeting with Chambers of Commerce. We'll invite Councilmember Kim to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So my motion here stands is the fact that we have a Chamber of Commerce and the fact that based on the discussion we had with the city manager previously with regards to, how do we have a valued relationship, partnership essentially between the city. Obviously, we do have a great economic development team that also, works with the chamber as well. But more so, how can city council work with the chamber for potential for future business, for sustainment of current business, and so on and so forth. I've had my I've had my concerns in the past, but the past is the past. It's now time we all move forward. And the fact that my specific motion is to state that I would like to have a joint meeting between City Council and the Chamber of Commerce Board to discuss roles and responsibilities and potentially discuss more so strategic, and basically to have a strategic way forward for development within Commerce City. And I will leave it up to the staff to determine whether or not if this could happen during a study session or potentially on a weekend. I understand that maybe there will have to be some coordination with the Chamber of Commerce along with City Council to really lock down a date. That is my motion.
Okay. Councilmember Madera?
Second.
Councilmember, we got a first and a second for discussion. Councilmember Ford, discussion? No? Councilmember Madera? I'm sorry, Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I just want to appreciate Councilmember Kim's efforts to bring both parties together. As we all know, a strong chamber and a strong city partnership makes the city grow better and has better relationships. And so I appreciate the leadership to bring this forward.
All right, seeing no other discussion, please do a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, on to the next one, internet cellular service capability discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So the reason why I bring this one up regarding internet cellular service capability discussion is primarily because of the fact that I think there are probably potential opportunities for enhancement, right, amongst the city itself. We all know, there's spotty or call it shady service, whether it's in the core city or even the northern part, right? You can have all of the various service cell towers out here and it still stinks. It's still poor, right? So my motion is that I would like to organize a study session to explore and analyze the internet and cell service infrastructure in our city today. This session will focus on assessing the reliability, speed, coverage, and overall quality of connectivity available to residents and businesses. Also requesting an examination of factors such as network infrastructure, service providers, technologies used, and potential areas for improvement. The goal is to gather insight that could help us understand the current state of connectivity in our city and identify, again, opportunities for enhancement. Mr. Rogers, do you have a question?
Not really a question, but more of a clarifying statement for consideration is, obviously, when dealing with broadband, cellular technology, obviously, we're reliant on third parties to provide that information to us. So what I am assuming is any study session we bring forward would be in partnership with those various third parties, because that's what we would be relying upon.
Correct. Yes, we definitely would need that to include our internet capabilities as well. That is my motion.
Okay, Councilmember Madera.
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble? No?
I'm sorry, no discussion. I was going to second it.
All right. Okay. Motion has been made. Is there a second? No discussion. So the motion on the floor is I'd like to organize a study session to explore and analyze the internet and self-service infrastructure in our city. This session will focus on assessing the reliability and speed coverage, overall quality of connectivity available to residents and businesses. Request an examination of factors such as network, infrastructure, service provider, technology use, potential area for improvement. The goal is to gather insight that will help us understand the current state of connectivity in our city and identify opportunities for enhancement. City Clerk, you take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 9 unanimously. Okay, costs analysis of doing business in Commerce City. I will invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item and make a motion.
Thank you very much. Some of you may recall that we had the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Advisory Committee. There were several policy suggestions that came out of that committee. And there was also information that was provided during that committee that had the attention of the members and their concern as well. My motion is to direct staff to provide an analysis of and comparison with other municipalities of startup and ongoing costs of doing business, including use, sales, head, and occupancy taxes, license permits, and fees, as well as metropolitan district fee impacts by the end of Q3.
Okay. All right, that's the motion. In a second, Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
All right. Have a first and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to comment on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, thank you. And I have talked with City Manager Rogers about this. This is an update of the information that we were provided in 2022, so it would require not as much staff time to do the same analysis of the municipalities around us and how competitive we are with them. It's part of the process of determining what obstacles may be in our way.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
Just a quick question for Mayor Pro Tem. Will this be available online after it's done?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Seeing no other discussion, the motion on the floor is to direct staff to provide analysis of comparison with other municipalities of startups and ongoing costs of doing business, including use, sales, and head and occupational tax, licenses, permits, and fees, as well as metropolitan district impacts by end of Q3. Did you have this?
Just a quick clarifying request for the Mayor Pro Tem. I know we're already in Q3, so are we stating a study session to have this information communicated by September? Because August will be that.
August is what?
We're already into Q3, so.
Correct.
Right? So you're,
August would be the end of Q3.
so August puts us in the middle of Q3, September would be that. So, right, we've got.
Oh, right.
So would you, I'm looking at this on a finer point, would you like to have the study session in October, given that we're already scheduling out our study sessions today in the September, like we discussed a couple meetings back?
I think I appreciate your concerns. I do think that this is a pretty simple task, since the numbers already exist and the format already exists, just to pull it together for discussion and to have the session in September. I think it's important for us to be moving forward on how we can best help our small businesses and businesses in general.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, have motion on the floor, the first and a second. Take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 9-0. All right, next one, Small Business Retention Expansion Task Force. We'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item and make a motion.
Thank you. I wrote a little bit something up just for context. In the heart of a vibrant city, small businesses stand out as the backbone of local economy, contributing significantly to the prosperity and the character of our city. A couple weeks ago, I asked our city staff to put together a local snapshot of how much small businesses contribute annually. And when they came back with the numbers, $43 million annually, which is nearly half of our city's total revenue. This is remarkable, and it underscores the amazing and critical economic engine that small businesses represent in Commerce City. The creation of this Small Business Task Force is not only in response to the current needs, but it's also trying to align with strategic alignment with our city's long-term economic objectives outlined in our recent strategic plan. This also, when we look at this Small Business Task Force, is an effort to directly align and build on the prior recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee, where they talked about the need to continue some forward conversation moving forward. So this emphasizes the idea of how do we support small businesses, how do we help bolster economic resiliency, and also how do we create innovation across the city. Last is just this task force is not just an advisory, it's a testament to our city's commitment to nurturing and sustaining the entrepreneurial spirit that thrives within our borders. And you hear that often as you hear residents talk through the history of Commerce City, how it's been small businesses that help move forward. So with that, I would like to make a motion directing city staff to create a small business task force to enhance collaboration between the city and small businesses, business owners, to advance and recommend policies that support the growth and success of our city. I can provide an overall outline, but it's in the text legislation, but that's the heart of it. And the idea is that the city manager would they're hereby directed to provide a status update on the August 5th meeting on the recruitment, the selection, and approval process of the task force members here for the Small Business Task Force. So with that, that's the motion.
Councilmember Teeter,
Second the motion.
you have a first and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I just curious if there's any funding necessary to be able to get this started and where that funding is going to come from.
Councilmember Dukes, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you. So there's a financial contribution from small businesses to our community. I asked the city staff, this is the last bullet here, funding the operations activities shall not exceed $5,000 and appropriated by the city manager through the budgeting process. And so the city manager will appropriate $5,000, not to exceed $5,000 to help get the Small Business Task Force up and running.
Councilmember Ford, are you done?
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. Our Economic Development Department has someone in charge of recruitment and retention. And we just had a vote on working collaboratively with the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber of Commerce's, one of its primary functions is recruitment and retention. Could you clarify? I understand why you want it. I want to understand what you want it to do.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, so the objectives of the Small Business Task Force shall include, but not limited to, make recommendations and policies, regulations, and initiatives that promote small businesses within the city. facilitate communication and collaboration between small business and owners and city officials, advocate for interests and needs of small businesses in the city, and promote economic development strategies that foster a supportive environment for small businesses to thrive. These are the primary objectives, which does not exclude the chamber and its members of the chamber to be a part of this discussion. Is actually an inclusive way to have a structured place to say, here is what small businesses can do. I don't work, I'm not a city staff member, but I would assume they would reach out to the chamber and members of small businesses to say, are you interested in being a part of this? And that's the assumption I would make, that as a first step, that they partner. It's a container to partner with the executive director of our chamber to start this conversation, but it's focused on small businesses so that we can create opportunities that help them thrive because of the economic engine that they do provide.
The other part of my question was about our Economic Development Department. Have you had a conversation with them about their role in a small business task force?
Yes, not directly, but through the city manager. Before I put together this resolution or this motion, I got input from our new economic director, as well as, or is the executive director, correct? Sorry, I don't want to, executive director? Director. Got feedback, and it was great because the feedback he provided was based on his experience in Illinois and saying this, he's seen this happen in the past, and that this is something that he is excited about. I don't speak for you, but that's paraphrase, is that correct? Thumbs up? And so they actually gave input to connect it to the current strategic plan, because one of the things I want to make sure we do is that we help advance some of the work that's already there. Within the current strategic plan, they call it a Create the Future Task Force, whether this is very similar in nature, but it's already called out in our strategic plan.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that the Economic Development Department is on board. That's a meaningful endorsement to me.
Councilmember Dukes, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this looks like it is revitalizing the work that the Blue Ribbon Task Force that Mayor Pro Tem Noble and I sat on for, I don't know how many months it was that we met. It's revitalizing what the objective was, so it's good to see this come back. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, go ahead and take a roll call vote, please. Oh, wait, let me state the motion. Motion is I want to make a motion to direct city staff to create a small business task force to enhance collaboration between the city and the small business owners to advance recommendations, recommend policies to support small business growth and success in our city.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 9-0. Next one is, before I call on the next notice of council business, I want to ask the council to extend this meeting by an hour because we've had some discussion here. This is kind of run into the meeting, the business meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I move to extend by an hour. I move to extend by an hour.
Councilmember Chacon?
I second the motion.
All right, got a first and a second. City Clerk, could you put a roll call vote, please?
Give me just one moment, Mayor.
Thank you.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 8 with 1 no. All right. Okay, on to the next item. Rotary Club 31st Annual Golf Tournament Sponsorship. I invite Councilmember Teeter to introduce this item. Make a
Yeah.
motion.
I'd like to make a motion to support the Rotary Club in their 31st annual golf tournament by sponsoring them on the $2,500 level.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
This money will be going towards.
Councilmember Teeter.
This money will be going towards School District 14 for scholarship reasons. That's all.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I just had a little bit of concern that this is the Commerce City Rotary, but the tournament's being held at Todd Creek and not at our golf course.
I believe that was due to the construction they're having this year at Buffalo Run.
It was due to the construction they're going to have this year at Buffalo Run?
Yeah.
Councilmember Ford?
No, I was just going to reiterate that it has to do with the construction. And not only that, when it comes to Rotary, because the money that's raised all goes back into the community, try to find the lowest cost alternative to hold these kind of programs.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other discussion, the motion on the floor is a good opportunity to be involved in a very outstanding, oh, that's not the motion. The motion is to accept, well, ask for $1,000 for Rotary Club 31st Annual Golf Tournament. It says 1,000.
Is that what they did last year, Sean?
I believe so.
1,000's okay if that's what they did last year.
Okay. I'm just reading off what was being asked on the financial impact. It says 1,000. Is that correct, City Manager?
I looked at staff and staff gave me the thumbs up, so yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion on the floor. City Clerk's office, please.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 9-0. All right, on to consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routines, procedurally informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council once for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 10 items in consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Resolution 2024-068.
Hold on. 20466? 68. Okay.
It's the master plan.
All right, thank you. And I had a circle up there. Okay. All right, items pulled. All right, we're going to, okay. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Chacon?
I second the motion to remove, is that what you mean, or?
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
All right. Will City Clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the July 1, 2024 regular meeting. Ordinance 2595, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Early Childhood CDEC grant funds in the amount of $12,023 for child care stabilization and capacity building and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2600, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation CDOT funds in the amount of $1,420,000 for the Revitalizing Main Streets program and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2024-024, a resolution authorizing assignment to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority of a private activity bond allocation of the City of Commerce City pursuant to the Colorado Private Activity Bond Ceiling Allocation Act. Resolution 2024-054, a resolution accepting the concept design for wayfinding signage for the City of Commerce City. Resolution 2024-069, a resolution finding substantial compliance of the annexation petition in case AN 26824, known as the Anderson Ranch annexation, and setting a public hearing to determine eligibility for such annexation. Resolution 2024-076, a resolution authorizing cooperative agreement for Generation Wild Northeast Metro Coalition. Resolution 2024-079, a resolution amending Section 5 of the Directory of City Fees and Charges to add fees charged for backyard keeping of chickens, bees permits. Resolution 2024-084, a resolution approving Great Outdoor Colorado Grant Agreement for Generation Wild Northeast Metro Coalition. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8-0.
And for the record, Mayor, Madera's absence is an aye vote, since you cannot abstain per Bob's rule, so it's 9-0.
Okay, 9-0. All right, thank you very much. And that also does not include resolutions 2024-068. Okay. All right. There was a request to remove an item from the consent agenda. I invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to explain why the item was removed.
Yes, I explained this. I pulled this item in deference to our planning commissioner, Robert Schechter, who had concerns about language and wondered if it could be returned to the planning commission for their review. I didn't get as much detail from him as I would have liked, and he sent a message to say that he had to leave because he has an early appointment tomorrow. So I just wanted to be respectful of his public comment. And I don't know how people feel about it. I am not an expert in this arena. So I defer to those who are, like Councilmember Chacon, for example.
Councilmember Chacon?
I wanted to highlight what Robert Schechter was asking for. He wanted clear, actionable text that's understandable and legible for equity. It needs to say what we mean through an equity lens, but that needs to also, at least from this is my own personal background, when we do equity, it has to meet criteria to actually require an equity analysis. And that's what I really appreciated that he brought forward. How are we analyzing this instead of just stating performative language or in certain types of language? So I appreciate that he wants to be able to have the planning commission look at it as well. And he's really trying to do his job as a commissioner. So I would like to be able to give him that opportunity.
Okay, so what's your motion? You're asking to remove this and?
To remove.
Okay.
The motion would be to return the master plan to the planning commission for 2 months.
Okay, you got a motion. Councilmember Dukes?
Just a question around, is it, yeah,
Well, I'm looking for a second, then
Sorry.
we'll open discussion. Councilmember Dara?
It's a question for staff. Does this impact anything?
Hold on, we're looking for a second first before we go to discussion.
Are you a second?
Sorry.
Yes, a second from. I'm a
Councilmember
second
Kim?
for Councilmember Noble.
I will second that to what Mayor Pro Tem had just said.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, sir. Just a question on this for the staff. In the notes, it says that this went to the planning commission. It was a positive discussion and reaction by the planning commission. Is there any more detail you could give to that? Because I respectfully understand the testimony today, a public comment, and knowing that he's one commissioner out of a number. But so what does this mean, meaning that it was positive received?
So it was recommended for approval by the planning commissioner.
It was recommended for approval, but and
It was. And this comment was obviously raised, and obviously at planning commission, it was raised again here tonight, and the city attorneys has some information to share with you in regards to what equity lens means within that document.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is around it being posted. So we had a public comment, or we had the presentation here. It went through public posting and comment from April 26th to May 17th. I guess the question is, City Clerk, did we receive any comments on record that say otherwise and this shouldn't be approved?
None for the body of city council, which I'm responsible for. However, I'll defer to ComDev for the ones that actually posted it for planning commission, where I believe they solicited those comments.
But I think your comment's still relevant. We didn't receive anything tonight around the not approval for it. And the second part of the question is for, in charge of the planning commission, did you receive any comments to say otherwise that it's not, should be approved?
I'm not sure if this question is directed to me. I just wanted to clarify. I think what I heard in the public comment was there was some lack of clarity in the plan about what an equity lens means. So I did pull it up, in particular because the comment was suggestive that my office did not review it, which a staff attorney did indeed review it. It says, and I quote, "Adopting an equity lens means adopting a staff culture that sets clear expectations that all team members and any volunteers will engage in targeted outreach to underrepresented community members, including but not limited to communities of color, low-income communities, immigrant and refugee communities, indigenous communities, those with health disparities, older adult and youth residents, individuals with differing abilities, genders, orientations, and other segments." And that is on page 58 of the Parks Master Plan.
So it clearly defines equity lands in the Park Master Plan. Yeah, I don't want to undermine the process. What I'm hearing you say is that it went through boards and commission, or it went through the planning commission. It was adopted for approval with the comments that were made tonight, and there's a definition of equity lens in the document. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion? Okay, I'll repeat the motion is to return this to planning for them to reconsider the final parks, to adopt the final Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan.
No, to review. The motion is to return to the to the Planning Commission to review the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan
Okay,
around the definition of equity lens.
all right. Thank you. Okay, it's a motion. Can I get a city clerk to roll call vote?
Your vote is open.
Okay, that doesn't pass, 4-5. Okay. All right, we'll go back. Okay. All right, since I didn't pass, need a motion and a second to pass resolution adopting, a resolution regarding adoption of final Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan, Parks Plan. Councilmember Dare,
Move to approve Resolution 2024-068.
Councilmember Ford,
Second.
any discussion? All right, motion is second. Okay, city clerk, roll call vote, discussion. Councilmember Teeter?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment, and I'm in favor of moving the process forward, but could we still have them review this equity, or have somebody look at it? The equity inclusion part of it? I mean, I'm for passing it now, but I'm not for holding up the Parks and Rec. But I think we need to review that
City Attorney?
sometime in the future.
So the resolution before you would not allow for review by planning commission. That said, one option that this council could do is approve or deny the resolution. And then what I think would be appropriate is an administrative council business direct city staff to work with planning commission to get feedback on that definition, if that is specifically what Councilman Teeter is looking for.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Okay, I'm confused. Is that not what my motion was that just failed, 5-4?
I think technically the difference, Mayor Pro Tem, is you're voting on the underlying resolution, right? So you could vote to move and approve it, or you could vote to deny it, oppose the resolution. I think that is different than a motion putting the parks plan back before Planning Commission for consideration.
So if this
I'm
passes-
confused.
So if this passes, we could do a motion, do a council administrative
So
business.
let me try again. So the motion on the floor, or the consideration right now, is the passage of this resolution, which is essentially approving the parks plan, right? You could vote to approve it, you could vote to deny it. If you were either way, that is different than a motion directing that this not be considered tonight and be put back to the Planning Commission, which is what I believe was your motion.
For the equity lens definition.
Correct.
How does that differ from Councilmember Teeter's motion? That's where I'm confused.
Correct. So the difference is you're taking formal action on this resolution to approve it or deny it. And then you could still, so say it gets approved, the resolution approves, the plan is approved. You could still direct staff to work with Planning Commission to get an understanding of what additional information or considerations they wanted with the park plan.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Okay, so we can make it at June council administrative business, correct?
Correct. Technically, you can do it any time, but again, I think we've done that under administrative council business.
All right. Okay, any other discussion? Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything else? Okay, all right. Roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open. Oh, and I'm going to read the title while you guys are voting. Resolution 2024-068, a resolution regarding adoption of final Parks, Recreation, and Golf Master Plan, the Parks Plan. Thank you.
Yeah, that passed unanimously, 9-0. Okay, on to public hearing. All right, approving the 2024 CBD Annual Action Plan. Tonight's public hearing is on the 2024 CDBG Annual Action Plan. I will now open the public hearing. I will invite Maggie Blake with Civitas to make a presentation. Is she online?
Maggie is. I've just moved them over as a panelist, and give me just a moment so they can share their screen.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, Maggie.
Great. My name is Maggie Blake. I'm a consultant with Civitas. We provide technical assistance on the city's Community Development Block Grant Program. And I'm here tonight standing in for George Lewis to give you all an update on the 2024 Annual Action Plan and the proposed amendment to the consolidated plan to incorporate the use of a Section 108 loan from HUD. These plans we're here to discuss tonight are tied to the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is commonly known as CDBG. This funding is administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and is authorized under Title I of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. The program is intended to develop viable urban communities, primarily for low to moderate income residents, or LMI residents of Commerce City. And our goal is to provide decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities through the use of these funds and targeted for LMI persons. As a condition of receiving the CDBG funds, the city is required to complete a 5-year consolidated plan as well as individual program year annual action plans. So the city is currently in the 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan period. This is our last year of that consolidated plan, and we'll complete a new one next year in 2025. October 1st, we'll start the 2024 program year. The consolidated plan itself includes a needs assessment, housing market analysis, describes the city's resources, priorities, proposed activities, and then the annual action plan for program year 2024 is submitted each year, and it goes into more specific detail about the 2024 program year's budget and our specific planned uses for CDBG funds in the coming year, which I'll go over those planned uses in just a minute here. This slide is showing a list of the eligible uses under the CDBG program. Historically, the city's prioritized housing rehabilitation through the minor home repair program and paint-a-thon programs with Brothers Redevelopment, as well as public service activities, which are those more social service oriented programs, homelessness programs, senior services, things like that. It's important to note that there are other eligible uses for CDBG funds that the city hasn't typically utilized, things like public infrastructure improvements, public facilities, and then economic development as well. And I also just want to note at the bottom there that these funds must primarily benefit low to moderate income individuals, households, neighborhoods. That LMI threshold is 80% of the area median income or below. And in the Denver metro area, for your reference, a family of 4 is considered to be LMI if their household income is a little over $102,000 annually. For the 2024 program year, which begins on October 1st, as I mentioned, the city expects to receive $409,823 in CDBG entitlement funds. That's that first funding source you're seeing listed there. That is our annual allocation from HUD, and CDBG is a formula grant. So the funding is allocated to HUD via Congress's budget each year, and then HUD utilizes a prescribed formula to allocate funding to each entitlement community or grantee. And that funding remains relatively steady from year to year. It sometimes fluctuates up and down a little bit. We're up a little bit from last year, but historically, the city's been right around that $400,000 grant. The other funding source you'll see listed here is the Section 108 loan. For context, the Section 108 loan guarantee program provides CDBG recipients, all CDBG recipients, with the ability to leverage annual grant funding to access low-cost, flexible financing for CDBG eligible projects. So it essentially provides the city with a way to finance larger CDBG eligible projects that would not be possible with just 1 year's worth of funding. So the city's in the process of applying for this Section 108 loan, which will be used for some essential public infrastructure improvements, sidewalks, streets, things like that, in Southeast Commerce City. And in order to utilize these funds, we're required to amend the consolidated plan to include this as a funding source, and then be able to access those funds for this proposed project. You'll see here our priority needs and goals that are outlined in the 2024 action plan. These are all tied back to that 5-year consolidated plan for the 2020 to 2024 con plan period. Our first priority need here is public services. Our goal is to provide services and resources for LMI residents, and we're hoping to assist at least 300 LMI persons across the various public service activities. That second priority need and goal there, improve public infrastructure, that's tied to that Section 108 loan project. And you'll see that number, 12,345 persons assisted. That's our estimated outcome. That's based on census data. So we essentially pull all of the block groups in the service area of the proposed project, and we're able to pull data on how many people, how many households in those census block groups are considered to be LMI. And then, of course, we have planning and administration as our other priority need here. And then you'll see here are essentially our budget project for the 2024 program year. So first we've got CDBG administration. So that is the funding we're able to take for the administration of the program. We are capped at 20% of our entitlement grant for the year. So that's 20% of that about $400,000 that we saw earlier. And then public services is listed second here, and public services are capped at 15% of our annual allocation. So that puts us at $61,472 for this year. And those will go to the homeless outreach program and other social service programs in the community. You'll also see listed there the Section 108 loan program for that $1.9 million. That is the funding that we will use from the Section 108 loan to conduct that project, infrastructure improvement project. So that's why that's there. And then at the bottom there, you'll see the Section 108 loan repayment. The rest of our allocation, besides administration and public services, is going to go towards repaying that loan. And the goal is that we will continue to utilize a significant portion of our annual allocation each year for the next 10 years or so to repay that loan. And of course, the reason we're here tonight is public citizen participation, public comment. It's an important part of this process. We want to make sure we give our community members an opportunity to comment on the proposed plan here. We held a 30-day public comment period. The plan was posted on the city's website. That comment period ended yesterday, and we have not received any public comments up to this point. And of course, we're here today for our public hearing. If there are any written comments that any members of the public or council would like to make, they can be mailed to the Community Development Department or emailed to Tracy Jones, and her email is listed here. And then just to kind of tie things up here, our next steps, after our public hearing today, we are required to submit our annual action plan to HUD on or before August 16th. We are anticipating able to do so before then. After this public hearing, we'll gather all the documentation we need and be able to likely submit this plan in the next few days. And then the program year start date will be October 1st, 2024. And that is the earliest date that we can have access to those 2024 funds and start getting these programs up and running. And with that, I'll open it up to some discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maggie Blake. Any council members have questions for the presenter? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, that loan, what kind of interest rate is there attached to that?
It's a relatively low rate that changes. I don't have the number right in front of me, but I can get that back to you.
Okay. And that's a loan we've already committed to then?
It's a loan that we're in the process of applying for.
Applying for. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I could just provide a little bit of clarity. When we did the Build C3 program that you,
Your mic, is it on?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, when we did the Build C3 program presentation to you a few months ago, we talked about using these funds to do, make a major impact on infrastructure in the core city. So this is money that we would be repaying from our CDBG allocation, but instead of piecemealing improvements for a number of years, we'd be able to make a bigger splash in a 2-year period up front with building, and then we'd use some of our allocation from CDBG to pay it back. The rate is a T-bill rate plus just a little bit, so it's much lower than typically than you can get commercially if you were going out and borrowing the money anywhere else. And it, again, it's guaranteed with our CDBG allocation. So it's a way to use the CDBG, make a bigger impact, and not piecemeal it out forever doing the improvements.
So when you are saying make a bigger impact. What does that mean?
Well, instead of doing, say, 300,000 a year, which by the time you do that, the contractor mobilizes, you build what you can build with 300. We would bid a project that was $1.9 million, or maybe do it in two pieces, $1 million and then another 900,000. You save on mobilization costs, you get more bang for your buck, you get more actual work done, and it gets done faster while we're doing the other Bill C3 things. And so you're able to make a bigger improvement at one time than if, again, you stretch out improvements over, say, 10 years to try to do the same amount of work.
Okay, I'll trust that you know what you're doing.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'll trust that you know what you're doing.
I've done these before, and it's a very good program that HUD has for you to be able to better utilize your money.
Is that all, Councilmember Douglas? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you, and I'm glad that we're able to address some of the concerns were made earlier this evening and can take care of some of these sidewalks and other issues in the core city. That'll be very useful, so I appreciate that. I wish that George was on the line. No offense, Maggie, but I wanted to thank him for coming to the Senior Resource Fair. Everybody really appreciates his time and his smiling face, so if you would convey that to him, that would be helpful. And
Absolutely.
okay, thanks. And could you speak to your relationship to the city and CBDG as the Civitas consultancy?
Sure, absolutely. We are a small consulting firm that specializes in technical assistance for HUD programs of all sorts. And we've had a relationship with the City of Commerce City for quite a few years now, providing support on the CDBG program in all aspects, from the reporting to program management, helping manage subrecipients, budgeting, things like that. So we've worked closely with the city for a while now.
Okay, thank you very much. There's been a lot of attention tonight on extra costs for the city, so I just wanted to get that one clarified for myself too. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, any other council members? Okay. Yes, City Clerk, was there anybody signed up to speak on this?
Mayor Douglas, we had no virtual or in-person speakers, and we had no written comments submitted for this item.
All right, thank you. We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion second to adopt resolution 2024-30. Is there any discussion? I don't know why it says that. Okay, sorry. Councilmember Teeter.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2024-030. Council is seated.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2024-030. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2024-030, a resolution for the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program approving the 2024 Annual Action Plan. Your vote is open.
All right, passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay, next up is ordinance 2579, expanding permit area for Zurich landscaping to the Land Development Code. We'll invite Alex Van, how you say your last name, Alex?
Van Zanti, the
Okay.
E is long.
All right, thank you. Policy analyst to introduce the item. Thank you. Santee.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. My name is Alex Van Zanti. I'm a policy analyst with the city, and I'm here to discuss the Xeriscape LDC amendments. The purpose and intent of this presentation, first, we're going to highlight the benefits of xeriscaping and discuss newly introduced state laws around water-wise landscaping. And then secondly, we'll discuss the proposed changes to the Land Development Code. A little bit about the prior efforts for xeriscaping. Back in, I believe it was May of 2023, a handful of staff members as well as Mayor Pro Tem Noble attended the Growing Water Smart workshop in Estes Park. After that meeting in July of 2023, staff debriefed council on that Growing Water Smart workshop and the associated Water Smart Action Plan, and held a preliminary xeriscaping discussion with council. During that meeting, council approved a motion seeking to pause review and approval of all landscaping permits that pertain to xeriscaping for a period of 90 days. Staff was also scheduled to go back to council on October 9th of 2023, one day before that moratorium was to expire. But that meeting was subsequently pushed to April 8th of 2024. This information was included in the study session, but I think it's important to highlight the benefits of xeriscaping again. And these facts are from the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the Colorado Water Wise, which is a group that's focused on efficient water usage. There's an average annual savings of 12.5 gallons of water per square foot of converted turf. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you extrapolate that to a 500 square foot landscape plan, that saves around 6,000 gallons of water per year. An average size front yard turf conversion will save between $70 to $100 in maintenance costs on an annual basis, and it's up to $150 per year when you factor in maintenance and utility savings. And then lastly, a well-done xeriscape plan can increase property value by as much as 15%. There are two important laws within the state of Colorado that were recently adopted that I want to discuss. The first being Senate Bill 23-178, which requires HOAs to loosen guidelines on drought-tolerant plants, vegetable gardens, and the use of non-vegetative turf grass in backyards. That bill also requires HOAs to create 3 pre-approved designs for residents to use should they decide to xeriscape within their front yard. And that's to cut down on the approval process and the inspection that HOAs have to do. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, Senate Bill 24005 passed earlier this year, states that beginning in 2026, it will prohibit local governments from allowing the installation, planting, placement of non-functional turf, artificial turf, or invasive plant species in non-residential areas. So those areas would primarily be commercial and industrial areas. The proposed amendments that are before you are in Exhibit A within your council packet. That's the red line version. The strike-throughs are what's being removed, and then blue is what would be added. But the key takeaways from those amendments are that tree lawns, detention areas, and other low-use landscaping areas may contain xeric plant materials, and that includes front yards as well. Secondly, parking lot islands, medians, and perimeters must contain xeric plant materials. Those plants must be appropriate to the Commerce City climate and are required to be selected from the approved plant list. And again, that list is within your packet. And then plants with similar water requirements must be grouped together. Moving on to some changes to irrigation that's allowed within land development plans. Temporary irrigation would be allowed for xeric designs, and that essentially helps xeric plants, if they're established after one growing season, you can typically remove the irrigation because most of the plants on our list require very little or no supplemental water. So there's no need for an irrigation system once they're established. Trees must have dedicated irrigation. If overhead sprays are used, high-efficiency nozzles would be required. This is new as well. Hand watering and semi-automatic irrigation would be permissible. And then trees within a tree lawn must be a species that's approved by the city and must have a root barrier installed along all concrete sidewalks, curbs, and portions of driveways that are within the public right-of-way. Discussing that approved plant list, it consists of 58 species of plants, 19 of which are trees, 23 are shrubs, 6 are vines, and 8 types of grasses. And we also added, based on feedback from the study session in April, we added Tahoma 31 and Dogtuff to that list of grasses. All of those plants are suitable for Colorado's semi-arid climate. Many plants on that list are fire resistant, and staff will review that list on a regular basis with external resources, such as the Botanic Gardens, the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, and others to ensure that it's up to date. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, does council have any questions for the speaker? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I'm so glad we are finally to this point. What are the chances of changing the word xeric to something that people actually understand, like water-wise or water-smart landscaping practices? So many people see xeric as meaning zero, and it doesn't mean zero. And xeric is really just sort of a made-up name.
Sure. This is first reading of these changes, so I'm
We
assuming.
can amend that potentially.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And my other question is about the list of approved plants. And I was struck by the inclusions and the omissions. Jasmine is not a vine that I associate with Commerce City, with the arid area of Commerce City. So I did Google it, and there is a winter jasmine, but it is in the mountains, higher elevations, as opposed to here. Of the vines, there were only 5 options, but there's actually several that grow in this area. There were no ground covers at all, no ice plants, no clover, no succulents. I also wondered about knockout roses. I call them freeway roses because they grow along the sides of roads in rocky areas, and knockout roses aren't on the list. And the others that I was concerned about are trees that are common to this area, ornamental crabapple, ornamental pear trees, lilacs, flowers like coneflowers, penstemon. I'm just concerned that the language says required, and our list is questionable. I looked at the Aurora, since they do their own water, they're very concerned about water use, of course, in Aurora. They have a very extensive website if anybody wants to look up Aurora Waterwise with lots of plants, and they can help you design your own yard. In fact, they don't charge for that, so you can use that. But they worked with CSU, and since CSU is actually located at Adams County Fairgrounds, the extension office is, that seems to me to be a really good choice for us. South Adams Water and Sanitation District is not an expert in plantings. I know that because they were part of the Water Smart event that we went to in Estes Park, and this is new to them as well. I know the Botanic Gardens is certainly very well informed, but I'm just worried that we don't have, that this isn't broad enough to take in everything that's required that would actually reflect Commerce City. So can you give me a better idea about where these choices came from and why so many plants are omitted?
Sure. The existing plant list was taken from what the city currently offers for xeric plants. We added 18 additional species to that list. I believe that Dr. Russo is online. This is who I worked with to come up with this list. Dylan, if you can bring her in.
Did you say that we offer this list online already when we haven't yet approved it?
So there is an approved plant list within the city that specifically has xeric plants, but it also has a number of other plants that's on the city's website. Yes.
Okay, my expectation, however, and I talked to Mr. Rogers about it today, is that we vote on these things, which is why this ordinance is before us tonight.
Point of clarification to what I think Alex was trying to speak to is dating back to the late 70s, early 80s, we've had an approved plant list that has been, by reference in our land development code, required for us to provide. That most recent approved plant list was updated in 2010, but also I think in 2015, and has not been updated since. However, given it is referenced within the Land Development Code, we are required, since it is codified by reference, to have to provide that. So given we were making an update now, it was appropriate to provide a revised approved plant list that developers, applicants, and others would have to use going forward. But it's been around since 1980.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
No, Rosemary, to answer my questions.
Oh, that was part of your 5 minutes.
No,
So,
her answer can be not part of my 5 minutes, though, right?
Technically, the answer is part of the 5 minutes. That said, I do have a note that there is an outstanding question from Mayor Pro Tem that has not been answered.
Okay, well, I will allow Rosemary Russo to answer that question.
Okay, thanks. Good evening. So when I was tasked back in May of 2022 to look at drought tolerant plants, but I think it was narrow because we were also looking at native plants and fire resistant plants and plants to promote biodiversity. So those other plants that were mentioned, the crabapple, lilacs, coneflowers, those are all on the comprehensive list. And that comprehensive list does have ground covers. And so, I mean, we could certainly add more to the list. The list came from the Colorado Native Plant Society for Prairies. And that's CSU's extension and Denver Botanicals. And I also looked at Excel's easement plant list, and then Trees Unlimited and Design with Water in Mind.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I was just wondering if lavender was on that list. That grows really well here. So just to consider that. And then I just want to verify something. I believe by looking at this again, slide number 4, the presentation, I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about, we're not including any kind of artificial turf in this xeriscaping, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yeah, I looked at it again and realized that it was a conversion of real turf. So, okay, thank you very much.
Any council members have a question? I have a question. I'm looking at square footage of homes. Some homes are really small. They have 2 trees. And now we're requiring, if this passes, going to require a root barrier. And those could last several years. They're like between 24 to 36 inches in height, and which that should have been planted on all the subdivisions, because we have problems with our sidewalks. So in the tree lawn area, are we still requiring our residents to plant trees in the tree lawns, or can they not plant trees and do xeriscaping?
I believe that the way that the language is written is that it's a combination of any xeric plant material. Lee, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but.
Do you happen to know what section that is in?
217550 is the tree lawn section.
So the proposed language change in 217550 consists of section 7. And it would be changed to the tree lawn planting design of turf grass or xeric plant material. And it looks like there's actually a typo here. It's missing some language. Shall include an irrigation system appropriate for the planting design. I think there's an and that needs to be stricken. The tree lawn planting design of turf grass or xeric planting material shall include an irrigation system appropriate for the planting design.
So trees can't be omitted then, right? And we're giving homeowners 3 options, or HOAs would have to give homeowners 3 options of different types of xeriscaping. Is that correct?
I do not have that answer. I'm just interpreting the red lines language. Sorry.
Alex?
Yeah, I believe that that's the intent with that language, is that a tree would not be required. When we previously went to council, we had a study session. There was a slide within the study session that had a tree equivalent, and that consisted of, I believe, 10 shrubs, 20 ornamental grasses. So that's the intent behind this, is a tree would not be required.
All right, appreciate that, because that really helped for future infrastructure with our sidewalks and save homeowners money as well, because a lot of them really would like to go to xeriscaping. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
How does this impact people who are replacing trees in the tree lawn, or they don't have to replace the tree in the tree lawn then?
Yeah, again, that intent would be, if you are replacing that tree, you're welcome to replace the tree if you want, but you would have an alternative design, or you'd be able to use shrubs or native grasses or other xeric plant material.
Okay, and so that would if your HOA says you must have a tree, that would override the HOA?
I believe the HOA would override this, is my understanding.
Okay, so that's the state law. I thought the state law didn't allow HOAs to override water-wise landscaping anymore.
So that's as it pertains to like non-native plant species or having a vegetable garden within your front yard. If they have specific design requirements for their landscaping, I believe that those would still take precedent.
Could you explain that again?
Yeah, so if there's a landscape common design within an HOA that they require, I believe that residents would still have to meet that. With that said, HOAs are now required to have 3 different water-wise designs that are pre-approved for residents to use. But I believe that HOAs can still impose additional restrictions.
It looks like our community development director wants to weigh in.
I'm just reading on your edits. You didn't change 2 or 4, so trees are still required.
Trees would still be required within the tree lawn.
Okay. The city is requiring trees in the tree lawn?
Yeah, that's within the land development code, yes.
Okay, but if you put in a tree, if you're replacing a tree, do you have to put in this root barrier? Because that could be quite expensive.
Yeah, and that was a comment that was received from Sean Poe, our city engineer, and the belief with that is that that prevents cracking from the sidewalk or the road, because when root barriers spread out, they can come up and damage the concrete that's above it.
Okay. Wow. You know, there's so many questions that I'm left with, despite the fact that I spent 3 days in Estes Park on this very topic. And despite the fact that we have had meetings on this, there's so many things that have arisen that I almost don't feel like I can vote on this tonight without a better understanding. I am concerned because your slide says that your plants are required to be from the plant list, the approved plant list, and the approved plant list is not broad enough. So this is complicated. Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
I just wanted to make sure on the people that's been here for over 50 years, are we going to require them, if they decide to upgrade their landscape, to go with this program?
No, this is not a requirement by any means. This just provides and expands greater applicability for xeric landscaping within the city, residential use primarily.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Alex, thanks for the presentation. I guess the couple of questions I have, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. So obviously, if trees are required in the lawn, I mean, it sounds like there's only specific types of trees that would be allowed, correct?
Those are only for xeriscaping, so there would be.
Xeriscaping.
Yeah.
So I guess an apple tree or maybe a cherry tree, something that's edible. I mean, with those.
Yeah, I believe, actually, I don't think fruit trees are not allowed within a right-of-way, and that's because of the mess that they can kind of leave on streets. But fruit trees were added to the list of trees that can be planted within the city. So.
Okay, before I move on to my next question here, Mr. Rogers.
Alex may have said this as I was convening with the city attorney, but just for point of clarity and transparency, the language within what is drafted states the word should be selected from the approved plant list. So it's not a strict requirement that you have to, but it should. There is a strict prohibition against non-native species, as I understand it, or prohibited species referenced in the specification are not allowed in the city. So I would say that while maybe, and we can continue this discussion as appropriate or as deemed appropriate by council, but I don't look at it as a limiting factor. Yes, we have identified it, but obviously as things change, as things are added or removed, there is that flexibility to still give a little bit of deference to who is making that selection or wanting to make the selection, if not strictly prohibited.
Mr. Sarsaki, did you have something?
I was just going to clarify, the language that we're talking about, that the city manager just referenced, is an existing LDC provision 217513-3. And it says plant materials should be selected from the city's approved plant list and landscaping specifications in relevant part. That language is not being changed at all. It's on page 9 of 24 of the red line. I believe there is language, and Alex, please jump in here, but I believe there is language elsewhere in the red lines that require, I think it's with trees, that you have to have trees from the approved plant list. And there's a distinction, right, if we're talking about trees versus other vegetation.
It almost sounds like it contradicts itself.
No, they're in different sections. So
different sections.
there's tree standards in 7514 that is being changed. So it says in 7514-2, this is the redlined language that is proposed to be changed. Trees within a tree lawn shall be of a species denoted in the approved plant list as being appropriate. So trees, if this were approved, trees within a tree within a tree lawn are required to be of the approved plant list, right? I'm just highlighting that is not the case for plant materials for landscaping under 7513. It does not say shall for plant materials, it says should be selected.
Copy. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I don't know if I'm going to add more to this, but I have a quick question. Is there a prioritization for plants that pull pollution or that help with local ecology for like pollinators?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are a number of plants that are on the approved plant list that Dr. Russo had highlighted as being those that help with emissions. Specifically, there were 2 or 3 trees that we added to the list that were very good at that. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head, but they were additions to this list. And maybe Dr. Russo can speak to that a little more.
Thank you.
Dr. Russo? Do you want to
Sure.
answer that
So
question?
the trees that were identified for purifying were honey locust, shade honey locust, and then we have some plants that the giant sunflower plants take up heavy metals, particularly cadmium, and so those are 2 that come to mind. But that's why the list seems maybe more narrow than it should be, is because we were trying to get to that trifecta of native, purifying, and drought tolerant.
Thank you.
Okay,
You're
Mayor
welcome.
Pro- Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I believe that there's only one fruit tree on here, and that's cherry. And my neighbors have peaches and apples. We have spring snow crabapple that is the biggest tree in our yard. It's not fruit bearing. They grow really well in this area. So I can go with this in spirit, but not without some changes. Could we lay this over to another meeting and make some changes so that there's at least language in it that allows people to appeal with their own plan? And I am also concerned about the costs of the root plan on trees. A lot of these people buy brand-new homes and the developer puts in the trees. Are you asking the developer to put in these root barriers as well?
This would be applicable to any new development with the specific standards as outlined pertaining to that land use type. So yes, the developer or home builder, once again, depending on the timing of application in which they're submitting. To your first question, ma'am, you have 2 courses of action. Yes, you could continue the first reading to the second meeting in August. Obviously, August 5th is a rather full agenda. Or the council could take as a secondary option a motion that would have a lot of the discussion around the types of additional trees, grasses, other type of vegetation to be included as an update to the ordinance on second reading, and then to explore language as it relates to appealing the approved plant list if subject to meeting some other desired criteria. So between now and that August 19th date in which this was going to be heard, as I understand it, staff could be working on some of those modifications that would be captured in a motion if you went down that path, or simply continuing this item to August 19th.
Okay, that works. And also, okay, that works. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, what is it that's working for you, to extend it out or to add on to the second reading?
To work with staff to bring language back for the second reading that clarifies some of these issues, expands the plant list, provides an appeal Oh, and the other question, oh, did my time run out before?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Would you ask the question? I'll wait till it circles back.
Councilmember Douglas?
I thought I just asked the question for clarity. I was trying to
Okay.
figure out what.
Should clarify
if it
that
was
for you?
To be.
Did I help?
Everything extended to August or just to add on to the second reading? And you said to add on to the second reading. So to me,
Correct.
my question was answered.
Correct.
Thank you.
So City Attorney, would this have to be amendment, or are we asking for changes so when it comes back for second reading?
It's a very good question, Mayor. Thank you for asking it. If the motion were to approve it as is, then technically you're approving on first reading the language of the ordinance as it exists now. That does not preclude staff from working with council to revise on second reading.
Okay.
Alternatively, you could make a motion to revise the language on the fly, recognizing that that could get complicated given that we're talking about plant species.
All right, is that tonight or in August?
Which one? What do you mean?
To add that motion in?
So tonight, you could make the motion to approve as it is written, or someone could make a motion to amend the ordinance that is before you and revise specific language that is in the code that is before you.
All right.
What I was stating is that could get complicated.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I would like to make the motion to approve ordinance 2579 on first reading.
Or, let me ask if there's any more discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, you have any discussion?
If someone brings in a plan, is there a
Point
permit?
of order.
Is there a permit fee?
City Attorney? Now, we were under discussion, and then I could ask for a motion. So now we're discussion, so can we complete the discussion, or?
There was a motion that was made by Councilman Dukes. There was not a second.
Okay, well, I didn't allow him to finish his motion, so. Councilmember Dukes?
I made a motion to approve ordinance 2579 on first reading. So there's a motion on the table.
That is allowable. It was, if Councilman Dukes had the floor, he is allowed to make a motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble? You're next on the list. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll make the second, but I have a discussion.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Teeter? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Oh, I turned mine
Okay.
off.
If someone brings in a plan for water-wise landscaping, is there a permit fee? Who looks at this and decides it works?
Our community development director is looking that up right now as regard to the fee. There is a position that's posted for a landscape architect that'll be housed within community development that would review these plans.
Okay, that's excellent. And if someone brings in a plan to redo their yard of an existing home, do they have to put in that root barrier?
If they were putting in a tree that abuts a right-of-way that has concrete or asphalt, they would, yes. And there is no fee for landscape review.
What is the setback from the concrete?
I don't believe that we have any explicit language regarding that. It's anything that touches a public right-of-way.
Well, we have sidewalks, and we have curbs, and we have parking strips. The parking strips are fairly narrow. maybe 3.5 feet. Our parking strips, the right-of-way is fairly narrow. Is a sidewalk the city's? Does that belong to the city also? I just don't want to approve something that's going to cost people an arm and a leg and make life very complicated to do, to save water.
Yeah, sidewalks are public property because they're within the right-of-way.
Okay, so that we have very tiny front yards in a large portion of North Commerce City also. Okay, I'm going to withdraw my second, Councilmember Dukes, not because I'm not in favor of water-wise landscaping, but I think that there's a lot of issues that need to be dealt with from my point of view.
All right, I need a motion and second to introduce ordinance 2579 by council. Seated?
I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah.
Bob's rules, we're all learning. So once a motion is presented and seconded, it is on the floor and is owned by the body.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to say you cannot rescind a motion or a second. It now lives with the body.
Okay. So what Mayor Pro Tem did, she can't rescind it, correct?
Correct. So there's still a motion on the floor.
All right, okay. We'll go with that. Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2579 by council seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember, did you have anything else, Councilmember King? Go ahead.
I just heard a statement that just raised a flag with me. I hear that the sidewalks are owned by the city. Mr. Rogers, can you clarify that? Because sidewalks in front of, for example, my house, there was some form of discussion previously that talked about where, like, with sidewalk repairs had to occur, it's done by residents. Please clarify that. For me.
Yes, so what we consider is the tree line, which is from the edge of sidewalk to the edge of asphalt, is within public right-of-way. That also includes the back of the sidewalk. So from edge of stone to edge of stone, which is the sidewalk, is within the public right-of-way. However, we have within our municipal code that the responsibility for repair and replacement of a detached sidewalk, which has the tree line in between the sidewalk and the curb, the responsibility of the adjoining property owner. It is in the core city where we have an attached sidewalk to the curb apron in which, when we're having to do repairs, that we are taking responsibility to ensure that there's there's not any degradation to the roadway, asphalt, or drainage associated to that. So that's where the sidewalk repair program comes forward in our core city versus how it is a responsibility under our municipal code for detached sidewalk within that public right-of-way within our northern range.
So, wow, lots of information there, sorry. So tell me, okay, so then the understanding is that sidewalks are owned, the lawn, sidewalk, tree lawn, that sidewalk piece that is right away, that is owned by the city?
That is owned by the city, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all.
Okay, question for you. So, in the past, when there was problems with the sidewalk in the far as public, in front of someone's home in the past, not very long ago, the city actually helped fix those sidewalks if they were dropping or so, and they need to be lifted up, or, you know. So now I know this will be a program going forward, has not been introduced, that there would be like a 50-50 cost to the homeowner, and then the city would pick up the other half.
And I may be misspeaking here for Mr. Tolbert, but he can correct me if I'm wrong. As part of the Bill C-3, we're looking at a 50-50 split. Now, with respect to what we've done in the past, I can't speak on every event, but I would say historically, in the majority, we have not fixed detached sidewalks, given that there would be no interruption or degradation to the right-of-way and the drainage associated, like in the context of what we would find in our core city. Once again, I can't speak for every instance, but the majority of how we have communicated and have still communicated to that is that the maintenance of those sidewalk stones are the adjoining property owners if they are cracking and or need to be replaced.
Okay, so you bring up in the core city, but then you have driveways that connect straight to the street that don't have the separation of the tree lawn. Is the city responsible for those first two panels connected to the street?
Yeah, that is where we have taken on that responsibility to ensure proper reconstruction of the roadway and that curb apron and or pan that would collect the drainage to ensure that we do not have any issues during a winter event or a storm event.
All right, appreciate that, thank you. Okay, any more discussion? Okay, seeing none, will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2579, an ordinance amending Commerce City Land Development Code, Article 7, Division 5, and Article 11, Division 2, to expand permitted areas for xeric landscaping practices. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimously, 9-0. Again, I'm gonna have to ask council, we have a short-term rental registration. A few others, we got ordinance on marijuana, administrative council business. Pretty much extend this out till midnight. That's an hour and 5 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Extend by another half hour?
Okay, Councilmember Teeter. All right, a first and a second to extend the meeting for a half hour. City Clerk, could you, when you're ready, do a roll call vote, please?
Give me just one moment.
Thank you.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 5 with 4 noes. Okay. All right, ordinance 2583, short-term rental registration program. And you can continue. Alex Van Zantek, I'm sorry, Zanti, sorry about that. Policy analyst to introduce the item. Do any council members? Okay, go ahead. Get ahead of myself. I'll get that down.
All right, good evening again. Let's get started. The purpose of this presentation is to discuss the proposed short-term rental registration program that is before you, and then we'll discuss next steps for this program. A bit of a background as to how we got here. In early 2022, the city had less than 100 short-term rental units within the city. At the beginning of 2024, this number had more than doubled, ballooning to 250 short-term rental units within the city, as depicted in this picture. There are a number of concerns with the lack of regulations over short-term rental units. Two primary concerns being lost tax revenue for the city, and then the absence of owner accountability for troublesome units. Moving on to the proposed ordinance itself, licenses would be required for all short-term rental properties beginning on January 1st, 2025. And the definition for short-term rental unit is any unit that's rented between 1 and 30 days. These licenses would be valid for 1 year at the time of issuance and can be renewed on an annual basis as long as the owner provides records of previous stays. So for example, when this program launches, should you all decide to adopt this, when someone is applying for a license on January 1st, 2025, they would not have to provide their 5 years of previous stays. That's only when renewing their license. At the time of application, the owner of the rental unit must demonstrate that they reside on the property at the time of their application. The owner must also designate a responsible agent that lives within 30 minutes of the rental unit and is available 24/7 to respond to complaints or concerns. That responsible agent can be the owner of the property itself, but it does need to be someone that can respond at all times of day for an issue. If a short-term rental license is obtained, the license number must be listed in any advertisement of the unit, such as Airbnb or VRBO. Application requirements for this program, the property owner must provide the following when applying: proof of possession of the rental units, proof of liability insurance for the short-term rental unit that has a minimum coverage of $500,000. And then applicants must also notify all adjacent property owners of their intent to utilize their property as a short-term rental unit and provide contact information of the owner and/or property agent. In order to actively regulate short-term rental units within the city will need to contract with a third-party vendor to ensure compliance with the program. The estimated cost of the service is roughly $25,000. And for the program to be self-funded, the city would need to collect around $150 per unit on an annual basis. That $150 cost annually is in line with what other Front Range municipalities charge for this type of program. So it's nothing that we feel is exorbitant. Once a third-party vendor is selected, staff will have a better estimate of the annual cost per rental unit needed to fund this program and will bring a fee resolution to council. To prevent oversaturation of rental units within any given location or neighborhood, there's a 500-foot buffer requirement between short-term rental units in districts zoned as residential or PUD. No short-term rental units are allowed on properties within R3 districts, and those districts are high-density residential districts that allow for attached single-family dwellings or multifamily dwellings. HOA rules and covenants can still impose additional restrictions related to the operations of short-term rental units. Moving on to inspections, at the time of application, property owners will be required to submit a self-inspection checklist affirming that the property meets minimum habitability standards, such as functioning carbon monoxide detectors, smoke detectors, exterior windows that lock, an accessible fire extinguisher for residents, etc. The intent of the self-inspection is to reduce the cost of the overall program itself, and that's also a common theme among other municipalities. If needed, the city manager can still require an inspection of any short-term rental unit prior to the issuance or renewal of a license. So if there is an issue with any given rental unit, the city manager still retains that ability to require an inspection from a city-approved inspector. Another requirement for this program is the Good Neighbor Guide. So all licensed short-term rental properties would be required to have this guide that's accessible to guests. And that guide has to include relevant property information such as pickup times and days for trash or recycling, designated parking areas for the unit, and contact information for the owner and the responsible agent for the property, among others that you see listed up there. Failure to comply with this program would result in a fine ranging from $100 for the first offense up to $999 for the fourth offense. Licenses may be revoked for repeated violations. And then no short-term rental units can be operated without a license. And the owner must properly file all tax returns to be eligible for this program. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
This is a big problem in Ward 4. The short-term rentals are a large problem. Is there going to be another step beyond this, or are we seeing this as the only thing that can be done regarding short-term rentals?
What's proposed before you is going to be it. Yeah, for lack of a better word.
By the way, earlier this evening, one of my constituents was on the line to speak on Zoom. They have had a terrible situation with the home next door to them. Not only is it an STR, but it's also a car rental. Double whammy for them. They sent me an email and said their hand was raised, and sent me 3 emails actually, and I didn't look at my emails unfortunately, so I didn't know, but they did want to speak to this. They've also had difficulty connecting with code enforcement so far on the issue for their home. So I hope that something can be worked out there. I have reported the situation via Access Commerce City. They used the ID number on my complaint to make their complaints, and yet they weren't contacted. So some of this has a lot to do with how we're actually handling these short-term rentals. I'm concerned that we won't be able to pay attention to them in the same way that we need. It was suggested that if they have trouble with all the cars that are parked on the street, that they need to contact the police. And I just don't envision police officers responding to multiple people renting a room in this home on a 1 or 2 or 3 night basis. Have we investigated other short-term rental alternatives to controlling this problem?
Jim, city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've done a lot of research into best practices and what other communities are doing, and I think that with the work that Alex has done in the city attorney's office, this ordinance gives us the tools that we need. Right now, we don't have any regulation on short-term rental. We had until July 1st, if they were putting too many people in the house that were unrelated, we could deal with that. State took away that from us, so that is not an option now. But as Alex mentioned, we want to contract with a company to monitor these for us. I can tell you from experience and that's the way most companies or most cities are doing it. They will monitor constantly the ads out there because people that have them are very crafty about changing their they go from Airbnb to VRBO. If somebody gets onto them, they'll be monitoring all that. If you also know the ads, you don't have a clue if we go look at the ads where the place is. They've got ways to determine that. That number you've got in the heat map is one of the companies that we would be getting a proposal from has been monitoring that for us and giving us the numbers. They have the AI to get out there and be able to determine that. But
Can I interrupt for just a second? I'm
Yes,
on my
ma'am.
last minute. What about who's going to police this on the staff? Is that going to be the consulting group? Like,
No, ma'am,
where
they
will
will-
people make their complaints? And
They will make their complaints to code enforcement, and code enforcement will take it up and enforce it once we have an ordinance that they can enforce.
And what happens if there are 3 in 12 months? 3 complaints in 12 months?
There's a number of them that is the ordinance said we can revoke their permit or their license to have an Airbnb.
Could it be shortened to 6 months?
I'm sorry?
Could the term be shortened to 6 months, 3 complaints in 6 months rather than a year?
I don't know any reason that it couldn't unless our attorney knows of something.
So I believe language exists in 93909 in the draft form that currently allows for the city to deny, suspend, or revoke any license granted pursuant to this division. if any of the following were to take place, one of which is a violation of any provision of this division. So in a quick glance, Mayor Pro Tem, I think you could potentially, you could revoke a license for violation on one incident. That's how I read this language.
Oh, it was the slide presentation I was referring to.
That was, as I think about it, that was referring to inspections, to go out and inspect.
Okay.
If there were multiple violations that we could go in and inspect it ourselves, but I think city attorney is correct there. For violations, we could revoke at any point.
Thank you.
Good solution.
Councilmember Dukes, you have a question?
Yeah, just a comment. I think this is a great start for a first reading, and we'll probably be looking for amendments in the second reading, but I think this is a great start, so I don't have any issues with this as read.
Any other council members have questions? All right, I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2583 by council seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember McDare,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion is for us to introduce ordinance 2583 by council seated and approve on first reading. Will city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2583, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 9 of the Commerce City Municipal Code, CCRMC, by adding a new Division 9, establishing a short-term rental registration program in the city of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 9-0 unanimously. All right, next, ordinance 2611, appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund. Do any council members have questions for staff? I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2611 by council seated. Approve on first reading. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, any discussion? The motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2611 by council seated and approve on first reading. Will the city clerk read the title? Take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2611, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $8,828,665 for use on specified projects, including specified intra-fund transfers and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 9-0 unanimously. All right, next ordinance 2612, recognition of grant for Zeroscape and demonstrating garden. Do any council members have questions for staff? I need a motion second to introduce ordinance 2612 by council seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Madera.
Move to approve ordinance 2612.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance, I'm sorry, is there any discussion? Okay. All right, the motion on the floor to introduce ordinance 2612 by council is seated and approved on first reading. Will the city clerk read the title? Read the title, take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2612, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Sonoran Institute grant in the amount of $10,000 for the funding of a design of a Zeroscape demonstration garden. Your vote is open.
All right, it passes 9-0 unanimously. Okay. Ordinance on second reading, ordinance 2567, extension of marijuana moratorium. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Teeter, you have a question for staff?
I do. I'd just like, I don't understand why we want to extend the moratorium on there, and I would like to ask the PD if they could tell me how many times or what problems these establishments are causing to our city.
Chief?
The information I have is a few weeks old. Sorry. Thank you. The information I have is a few weeks old from an earlier presentation, so I apologize. In 2023, we had 26 reported crimes at different marijuana facilities. The most updated numbers I have for 2024, we stopped counting in May, so I apologize for not having something more up to date. But doing the math, it's trending just about the same. The majority of the crimes that are reported at the marijuana facilities are not necessarily violent crimes. A lot of them are public indecency or recovered stolen cars. A lot of them are burglaries. In all honesty, consistent with what we said a few weeks ago, crime that occurs in and around marijuana facilities is remarkably similar to the same types of crimes that happen at other consumable retail outlets like cell phone stores, liquor stores, vape stores. Dollar stores tend to incur a ton of shoplifting, not as much, a slightly different kind of crime, but probably have a higher volume of crime, if that answers your question.
So basically, they're less of a problem than a dollar store.
So the dollar stores have more crime, but at a lower level. It's kind of apples and oranges a little bit, but what I would say is the marijuana stores are not a statistical outlier with respect to crime.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. And I'd just like to, am I still on the clock or?
No, you stop.
Okay, that's good.
Did you want to go ahead and finish?
No, I think business should dictate on how many stores open up in our area. And if they're running a good business, then they'll survive. And if they're not, they'll go away. So I see no reason for a moratorium on them.
Okay. Any other council members have questions for staff? All right, need a motion to second to approve ordinance 2562 on second and final reading. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I would like to see, though, Councilmember Teeter, the same things that we applied on the marijuana dispensary at the southwest corner of 104th and Tower regarding security. But I would also like to see design standards for the dispensaries as well. I think that there's a lot of them that blend in nicely with the neighborhood, like Native Roots and Starbuds and Live Well. And there are others that stand out and are sore thumbs. I hope that we can use, that we can make a change to our land use code regarding how dispensaries look in our community.
Councilmember Madera.
Move to approve ordinance 2567.
Okay. Need a motion? Councilmember Douglas?
Like to second that, please?
All right. Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, thank you. The reason that this was put into place is because the separation, the required separation between dispensaries was lifted to a 0 distance between dispensaries. Therefore, every available location was being ate up by applications for dispensaries. Now that that setback is back in place, I don't believe there are any more spaces in wards 1 and 2 to add dispensaries with that setback being in place. So I'm not going to be supporting continuing the extension on the moratorium.
Okay. All right. The motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2562 on second and final reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2567, an ordinance extending the existing moratorium on new retail and medical marijuana store licenses in Wards 1 and 2 in the City of Commerce City by an additional 6 months. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. All right, on to administrative council business. Do any council members have administrative council business, an emergency or unforeseen circumstances? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, I have two. The first one is to make a motion to have a full discussion on core city issues at a study session.
Okay. Councilmember Kim.
I will second that.
All right. Councilmember Madera, do you have this discussion on this?
No, I was just going to second.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem, can you repeat your motion, please?
Yes, my motion is to hold a study session on the topic of core city issues.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? City Manager?
If I could ask the Mayor Pro Tem to give us a time frame in which you would like to see that study session?
I guess September. Does that work for you, Councilmember Kim?
It does.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Dukes?
Just a clarifying question. I mean, I like the idea of having a study session. I'm curious, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to narrow it down to a study session on certain topics to start, or is it you're asking staff to kind of to look at? Yeah. Is there? Yeah. My question is, where to start? What in your mind? What do you think to start to have a discussion about the issues in Core City? So when we have our work session, our study session, we can possibly do some layers of conversation. So maybe it's homeless, and then it's or unhoused, and then
Let's do Ms. Valdez's and Mr. Rogers' complaints of trucks, roads, potholes, traffic. Am I catching all of them? Noise.
Councilmember Kim, you were second.
Yeah, I would echo that. It's related between the 68th Avenue, Colorado Boulevard, truck issues, pothole issues, the noise issues, the ATV issues, pretty much all those issues that she had brought forward.
All right. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Will the city clerk take a roll call vote? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the motion maker if they would be amenable to adding weed issues and in right-of-way, including railroad right-of-way weed issues.
I will accept that.
Sure.
As the presiding officer, I can do that. So, yes, I will accept that. All right. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passes 9-0. Mayor Pro Tem, you said you had a second one?
Yes, and the second one I mentioned earlier also, which is to do a development Saturday with the city council and staff for discussion of development-related issues for current and future for the, okay, I want to do a motion to direct staff to arrange a development Saturday for the city council. Yes, sir.
Just point of clarification on that. Are you also asking staff to invite the development community to that meeting?
This is what I was particularly thinking about, is that we need some idea about what we all would like to see and what we agree on and what we disagree on. So it's, you know, where are our commonalities and where are our differences? It will help us move through things more quickly, I think, if we have a better understanding of those, and to clarify some of these issues. We need to be on the same page when it comes to understanding the process of what a metro district is, for example, because things are said that are not the case with metro districts, but just the range of things that come forward. So it would be having staff present. That would include community development director, you know, anybody in that universe who can help us guide that, who has familiarity with development.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Kim.
So I would request that the motion maker, well, let me back up. I would second this. However, I would ask that if we can amend that, a friendly amendment to include developers in that conversation. More so as, I mean, the people of the Devenders of the world, or even the Daniel Franks of the world, to include all the developers to be part of this discussion so we can try to navigate through this together.
Councilmember Kim, I would love to be able to say yes to this, but I have already talked to a developer about this process, and it was the understanding that we would have our conversation first and then invite the development community to have the conversation with us. So it's about us finding common ground or where our differences are as a council on the future of Commerce City.
Is that
On the-
acceptable?
I can't accept that then at this time.
You already seconded it. We went through that already.
No, I did not second that.
Oh,
I
all
just
right.
asked for an amendment on that to see
Oh,
if
an
there be a
amendment.
friendly
I
amendment.
apologize. I
It's okay.
apologize.
It's okay.
I apologize.
All right.
It's late. I do want that. I want to make clear, I do want that in the future, but not necessarily at this meeting.
Okay, that's a motion on the floor. Councilmember Dukes. Councilmember Chacon.
I second the motion and would like to meet with developers in the future, but not for the initial meeting.
All right. I got a first and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
I like the idea in its intent. I want to make sure that we have a discussion. I would prefer a little more thought around the motion because we need it. We need this discussion. And I would hope to delay. I can't support it in its current form because I want us to really be thoughtful in the outcomes and what's intended for another Saturday to come together. And I think if we were to talk through it just a little bit more, we can actually have a really precise Saturday, and it can include maybe a portion of the developers and a portion of us kind of coming together. But in its current state, its current form, I won't be able to support this, but I support the idea and hope we can think through like it's some more outcomes and stuff for the motion.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I would have to agree with my counterpart, Councilmember Dukes. I truly believe that we need to hear from the developers in a candid discussion of what's holding them back from getting some of their commercial development going, what we can do to help them, help us, help them. And I think we're at that point where we really need to have a meeting with the developers and find out where our differences are between us so that we can start seeing development take place in this community. I'm not talking just about residential development. I'm talking about getting some commercial moving. And right now, the developers that are out there talking to each other, they're saying we're not open for business. I want to find out what it takes for Commerce City to get back open for business and get some commercial opportunities going again and build some trust with the developers. So I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Dukes and Councilmember Kim.
I will just say that I'm happy to let this fail. My only purpose, my sole purpose, is for us to be able to move forward. And as I said, this was a conversation I had with the developer, and this was the process that was suggested, but I'm happy to do it any way anyone wants to do it. I just think it needs to happen. It's long overdue.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Yeah, yeah. All right, City Clerk, could you roll call vote, please?
Your vote is open.
Okay, fails 3-6. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Okay, so now I have another motion. My motion would be to have a development Saturday and to include the developers, but I really think that needs to be a listening session or something. I don't know what discussion there could be. I think that they need to have a certain amount of privacy. This is a problem. This is the problem that came up before. Okay, I'm not going to make the motion. If one of you want to make a motion and figure this out, you can figure this out. But frankly, they wanted privacy, and it was going to be helpful for us to have some idea about what we wanted.
Councilmember Kim.
Just a point of clarification here, so I take it that the motion that was going to be made has been rescinded and currently the floor is open, is that correct?
Correct. It's a friendly motion to withdraw. Unless someone contests that friendly motion, then the floor would be open.
Copy that. Well, thank you very much. So then I would say that I would like to make a motion that we have a developer and city meeting, whether it's on a Saturday session or study session at some time in the future, to basically discuss issues, concerns, any challenges, both that the city has and along with development community has as well. Not just residential, obviously, it's just more so of the commercial side as well, so we could figure out our way forward. And if there is any other amendments to that, friendly amendments, I'd be amenable to that.
What did you say? You said residential?
I'm sorry, no. I said it's not just residential, but also commercial, mainly commercial as well,
So-
to discuss commercial development.
Okay, so this, what you're asking is for retail and commercial and residential? You mentioned residential.
I did, didn't I? Sorry, it is late.
Okay.
So it's mainly retail and commercial.
All right, thank you.
That's it. The motion is to invite developers along with city support and staff to discuss issues, challenges, concerns related surrounding the retail, commercial aspect.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes, I am prepared to second this. However, I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to include all types of development. Some of these developers, in my opinion, may have some options on how to be able to get their infrastructure in without metro districts. I think the feedback could be great to allow us the opportunity to learn from what they're thinking of how they can get some of their developments done, maybe not utilizing metro districts, just to hear them out. I think we should hear all of their concerns with all forms of development in Commerce City. If the motion maker is amenable to that, I will second the motion.
Councilmember Kim?
Yes, I will be amenable to that, to include that amendment.
Okay, first and a second. Any other discussion? Motion on the floor. Okay, City Clerk, take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 7 with, actually 8 with 1 no. Okay. All right, any other administrative council business? Okay, seeing none. I have one. You know, I went to the HOA meeting for Frontier. And I've been to a lot of HOA meetings, and when there's legislation that's done at the state, and we have legislation done here, ordinance, resolutions, it has an effect on the HOAs. And they have to go and change their statute as well to comply with the current law. And it's become a hurdle. And so I've been asked to see if we could have a HOA update or form like we do with the sales and use tax with businesses, and to make sure all the HOAs on the same table as far as what the city has proposed and passed, so that there's no back and forth on, oh, this is the city's responsibility or that's HOA. They want clear understanding and direction so they can make the right decisions when a resident has an issue. So that's my motion. Councilmember Chacon.
I'd like to second that.
All right. So my motion is to move to direct the city manager's office to conduct, I should have said this the first time, to move to direct the city manager's office to conduct the homeowners association update around the city impact and changes due to legislation, for this update to be held either in the city council chamber or one of our rec centers. Sorry, you agree with that? Okay. All right, any discussion? All right, Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this. I just want to understand time frame of when this would happen and allow, you know, we've placed a lot on the staff's plate tonight. What time frame were you thinking about, and can the city management meet that time frame based on what we've already put them under tonight?
I would, thank you, Councilmember Ford. I would ask this to be in the fall. That way, any legislation that's been presented or approved, maybe late December, October or November timeframe. Any other questions, discussion? Okay, will the city clerk take a roll call vote?
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 9 unanimously. Okay, any other council members have any emergencies or unforeseen circumstances or motion they'd like to make, bring forward? Okay, on to City Manager Rogers. Could you please provide your weekly report?
Yes, I will keep this brief to 3 particular items. For this coming Monday study session, we have the following on the agenda: senior needs discussion, the Buffalo Run Clubhouse request for bid results, a discussion around the Derby Downtown District, and CIP updates for 2025 and for our CIP project plan list of 25 to 29. Senior needs will be 40 minutes, Buffalo Run Clubhouse will be 45, Derby Downtown District will be an hour, and CIP updates will be 45 minutes. So you will see that agenda posted on this coming Wednesday. What you will also find attached to that agenda will also be the August 5th agenda as it relates around what is proposed to be brought forth that night. In PD, there's obviously been an uptick in crime, which is unfortunately usual in our summer months. So as a result, we are looking forward to standing back up the formerly defunct Crime Prevention Unit in August. They will be working out of the Business Resource Center in Derby in an attempt to use community-based solutions to address quality of life issues for our city. So just want to make you all aware of that, and that's been in our city manager report. here the last couple of weeks. And I want to end on a good note. Our community well-being hosted their second annual back-to-school backpack giveaway in partnership with 180 Community Church. This year, CWB distributed 520 plus backpacks filled with school supplies to 180 families. This event is a part of our division's community outreach efforts to support local families and students.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzaki, do you have a weekly report you'd like to?
Just a quick update. Well, not an update. I just wanted to say thank you all. I recognize you've adopted new procedural rules and you're getting through it. Really appreciate you leaning into it. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any other council members wish to make a report? As a reminder, please limit your report to 5 minutes per council policy number 16. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I'll make this quick. I participated in the Board of Justice meeting this past Tuesday as a commissioner. Also attended a Frontera HOA meeting just to listen in. And went to an EPA coalition meeting at the offices of the EPA. Casey Becker gave an update on their oversight on the Suncor refinery, but the meeting was more about available grant money and how we can work in partnership with the different agencies and nonprofits, and that the money is here. We just need to go after it. So I'm looking forward to working on that. Attended the Senior Commission meeting. That was a great meeting. Music in the Park that same night at River Run. That was a great event. And then met with Levon Huber, who is the Adams County Health Deputy Director. And he would really like to come and speak at a study session sometime in the future, if at all possible. A really interesting meeting with him. And then attended the efficiency retreat with the rest of the council. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other council members have reports? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I also attended the Senior Commission meeting and Music in the Park, and it's really quite impressive what a small number of people are able to pull off who are part of the Cultural Council. And I particularly want to give a shout out to Rana Sanchez, who not only helps organize it, but helps with the band and acts as the treasurer and writes all the grants. So shout out to Rana. I think she was on the list of speakers tonight, so maybe there was an issue with what occurred. And Mr. Rogers, it was my understanding that Adams County Health had been arranged for August. Have they not received their invitation yet?
I will have to circle back, ma'am, to be honest with you.
Okay, because the night it was decided, I sent an email to Levon to tell him that you are confirmed on August 26th for the study session, and that you'll be first. That was what I was told.
I can't, like I said, I haven't had a direct communication back with them, ma'am, so I'll have to work with my team to see what communication has been sent out.
Okay, but this was a conversation we had, you and I had. Okay.
It very well might be, ma'am, but I'm not remembering it right now. But once again, like I said, we will go back and we will reach out to the health district to make sure
I think
that
it was
they can
the night we did the study session discussion during the study session about setting when people would be present. But since we don't take notes during that meeting, I suppose that makes it complicated. But that's what I told him. That's what I sent him that night. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I've got here is I had an opportunity to meet with a resident who's in unincorporated Adams County that's located off of 76 in Layton area. Obviously, it's for the same place where we put the speed bump at due to the death of Kara Kincaid because of a hit and run driver. The C-Click fix action was put in. Mr. Rogers is aware of it with regards to requesting potentially some police presence in the area, because I know as I was sitting there talking to the resident and their home, and the speed bump is right there in front of their home, cars are just flying by. I was sitting in her house for about half an hour, 45 minutes, chatting with her about stuff, and still a problem. The speed hump that's there, it really doesn't seem like it really does much. She did share with me the items that were quote unquote that flew out of the vehicle that they've been keeping in their yard because of that. Obviously, it's not just only CCPD presence, but maybe potentially working with Adams County Sheriff's Office as well. And then, of course, discussion around Public Works to potentially change up the signs to more flashing beacons, if that's possible. Because right now, what sits over there is just a standard pedestrian crossing sign, all in all. As I was sitting out there, because after I talked to her, I actually sat outside right across the street as I was typing out my C-Click fix action report. For the next half hour afterwards, there was several cars that were still going by. They also had reports of ATVs, small mini bikes, dirt bikes, no helmets and stuff like that. And they've identified it happens sometimes it happens in the evenings, also on the weekends as well. I do plan on trying to reach out on behalf as a what do you want to call it, a resident or whatever you want to call it, to Adams County Commissioners to see if maybe they might be able to support and assist with regards to, whether putting additional speed humps or some other speed device, if that makes sense. So that's the only thing I really have. Also, I definitely want to give a quick shout out to the team who was able to get the bench for Kara Kincaid planted in over at Ubiquitous Park. It was 106 degrees outside, it felt like, but I just sat on that bench anyways because it was great to see. Great to see finally after 6 months or so of finally getting that bench to see it installed. I do know that Miss Christina Langell, Kara's mom, and of course her dad was very appreciative of it as well. But huge shout out to the staff for making that happen, to getting installed and going from there. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Ford.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank the Public Works Department. Unfortunately, Larry was allowed to leave early. It's a notch against him, just for all of you still here. I did receive some complaints. Sunday morning, I received some complaints about a homeless encampment back behind the old Walgreens, right there by Wendy's. I decided to go ahead and check it out myself. I drove over. I looked at, of course, the rec center, some of the folks that were hanging out or sleeping in Veterans Park. There was a few. I went over to check out this homeless shelter that I was told about over by Wendy's. There was one tent and maybe 2 other people that were sleeping in areas around there, but it wasn't at the level of what the complainant had claimed. So while I was in this area, I went ahead and drove 60th Avenue. I did call the city manager and told him about some furniture and debris that has been deposited along 60th Avenue between Highway 85 and Colorado Boulevard. I know after talking to Larius that the Public Works Department went ahead and took care of all of that today and did some cleanup over there. And while I was over there, I went ahead and drove Colorado Boulevard Brighton Road, 64th. I drove around Miss Valdez's house. I looked at the barricades that were in place. The area seemed pretty quiet. I was looking for ATVs, four-wheelers, go-karts, things of that nature. All in all, the city's roads look to be in pretty good shape. Of course, Brighton Road is in terrible condition, and I'm still looking forward to discussions with the state on Old Mill Road and Brighton Road, and I want to be able to sit down with the county. But 224, Highway 224 is also in as bad a shape as Brighton Road, and we need to get the state to start taking care of some of their roadways through our community. But I did have spend quite a bit of time in that area yesterday, and I appreciate through the city manager's office to get Public Works to respond, and they took care of the stuff immediately, went over and started cleaning up. And my complaint last week about inappropriate male organs being painted or graffitied on the underpass there on 60th Avenue, that also has been painted over. However, there is still some existing graffiti that I'd like to see get removed, but kudos to the Public Works Department for jumping right on top of things. That's all I got.
Thank you. Let's see, I'm going to give you a report here. Tuesday, went to AgCog down at the county building to receive the grant. We received over $1.5 million from the county, which is great. $1 million for Paradise Island Aquatics Park leaks repairs, replaster, $25,000 for Pioneer Park scoreboard, and $500,000 for ragweed, draw open space, and river run improvements. And then on Tuesday, went to Frontier Village, filing 3 HOA meeting. Wednesday, the EPA Region 8 with Casey Becker. I was invited to go to Patagonia and Boulder for a documentary about being a good neighbor around Suncor. Thursday, music in the park. Also, Thursday earlier with E470 meeting. Saturday was the efficiency retreat meeting. And then, Friday was a land use meeting with the city attorney and city manager. Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
I just want to give a shout out. I was able to meet with a resident and gave some great ideas about this idea of we talked about food trucks before and the ability to activate that as small business, and the residents from Baltimore, they talked about the Baltimore Battle of the Foods, and I hope we can incorporate some of that as we activate our food trucks and work with Cronky. And then shout out to Brittany. Brittany, thank you for making sure you're awake. One, you're awake, thank you. But just your work in terms of helping Dylan navigate these screens. I can't stress enough how important, you heard us as council talk about how important it is for residents to be able to see both and have a conversation. So just kudos to you and appreciate your hard work. And that's it.
All right, thank you. And let's see. Also, I forgot to mention that I was talking to a neighbor, went to get the mail, and how much she's struggling, other people are struggling with the increase in their assessments on their insurance and taxes. And with your insurance, just to let people know, you can't call your bank and ask them to extend it out 36 months, because right now, they gave 36 months last year, now it went to 24. You have the ability to call your bank and ask them to adjust it to 36 months, so your assessment will be a lot less than what it is now. And that's an ask, and the only reason why I know that, because when we met with the resident, with the Councilwoman Yadira Caravero's office, that was duly noted from the banks that if they're directed or even asked, the time is 11:51 p.m. I need a motion and second to adjourn the meeting. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Guess I don't get a second, it dies.
There's no second?
I'll second it.
I guess we'll stay.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to adjourn the meeting. I will ask City Clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. That is 8-1, Mayor.
Lee, city attorney? Lee, do we take these or keep them here?